Hello everyone, welcome back, and many apologies for those small technical difficulties. Meanwhile, the games are ongoing. We've seen a few developments on some of the boards. Here in the game between Rapport and Nepomniachtchi, the players have quickly exchanged off all those central pawns. And a big moment here for Rapport. Does he recapture with a pawn and allow himself an IQP, an isolated queen's pawn, which comes with some risk. That pawn might be weak later on. But if he doesn't play this, then it's going to be very hard to create winning chances.
And also, I think it shows that if he goes, let's say, queen takes d4, and for simplifying the position, then it's definitely that he's not going to sharpen things out. So e takes d4 is the most challenging move for black.
Do you think he'll play it? Do you think he'll seize, take up the baton? And
I think he should be playing that, but of course, this loss yesterday, it made him a little bit imbalanced in the tournament because everything was going so well, and there was so little that needed for a draw yesterday.
Yeah, so close.
So close that I think, of course, he's affected by that even when he plays this game. So it's a question. Maybe he's just going to be taking knight d4. He wants to be playing on for a few moves. If black equalizes, fine, and then he goes for the Armageddon game.
I think this is quite a well-known draw, though, after knight takes d4, when I think black plays bishop d7 here, usually. And, yeah, queen b3. And now, I think you can start with knight c6, or you can take, I think, knight c6, knight takes c6, and now bishop takes c3. And the well-known draw here is rook takes c3. Bishop takes c6, bishop b5, bishop d5, bishop c4, bishop c6, and repeat.
To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if he would just decide not to be playing e takes d4. He goes for knight d4, he goes for simplification, he goes for the Armageddon, let's say, and he says, okay, tomorrow, last round, and let's see what will be enough for all this.
But the chess gods, they do tend to punish people who take quick draws with white, especially towards the end of a tournament.
Yeah, at the same time, it is clear that this is what he's hesitating about, right?
Yeah.
So if he would be ready to fight, then it would be round 2, let's say. I think he wouldn't be even thinking. Just e takes d4 would be standing on the board.
And just play.
Yeah, and go for it. And it's not that it's so sharply playing for a win. It's just playing more for a little bit more than the symmetric position.
Sure. And maybe you're right, maybe on his mind, okay, we're about to find out, is he taking with the knight? Is it the pawn? It is the knight.
It is the knight.
And yeah, maybe it's on his mind that if he does get the draw, if it does go to Armageddon, he's guaranteed at least 1 point, and therefore he'll have a 1.5 point lead above Magnus, and therefore if Magnus doesn't win the classical, Magnus can't overtake him yet.
Yeah, and then let's say if Magnus makes a draw as well, and of course it's very difficult to win against Sergei, whether you are white or black, doesn't matter. He's going to be trying to hold on until the very end, definitely. And then if it's Armageddon, if he wins, then they are only catching up. If Rapport wins the Armageddon, of course, and collecting 1.5 points. So it's, no, then actually he still keeps the lead. And even if he loses in the Armageddon, then Magnus would be only catching him. So there are a lot of calculations, especially with this system, that for a classical game you get 3 points, 0 for the loser. At the same time, for Armageddon, then you already secured at least 1 point, and the winner or draw is favors black, then 1.5 points. So it becomes very tricky, all these calculations, especially towards the end.
Yeah, it's becoming more like poker. You're playing the odds, right? You're trying to calculate the percentage chances, and yeah, either way, a big decision there from Rapport in terms of the tournament standings, in terms of the tournament in general. And I think when Nepomniachtchi, okay, he does play bishop d7, he will be guiding this game towards equality. So should we check back on this one?
Yeah.
It might still last a while, unless Rapport heads straight for that line we just showed. There are still some ways that I think that white can play and ask some questions. Meanwhile, in the other games, we haven't visited...
Let's go and visit Tari against Firouzja, right? It was Najdorf with 6a4. Okay. And after e5, white again goes back to f3. It seems like in almost every Sicilian game here, white was moving backwards to f3. And usually that is going for a solid way of playing. which usually not the case in Tari's game, because he's looking for more tactical approaches.
True.
H6, knight d2, and now he plays knight maneuver, and in this position knight d5, where black is hesitating how to react on this.
Yeah, and it's only move 10, but that knight d5 move looks like a novelty. Previously, knight e3 had been played, very similar to actually
Yes.
Aryan's maneuver yesterday.
Because this is actually a logical approach, I think. Knight e3, or also I would consider a5 maybe. But because knight d5 usually is not necessarily considered such a good approach, no?
Yeah, this change in pawn structure that could well happen, taking on d5 at some point.
Okay, so what happens if just black captures on e4, takes the given pawn?
It's a big question. So white has, I guess, maybe 2-3 options. Either you can jump into b6 with one of the knights, or you can play bishop e3. Now another question for black. Do you just take on?
Well, bishop d5
d5
is possible,
yeah.
and maybe after that just to go back on f6, or just develop knight d7, and only after that knight f6.
White has access to this d5 square, but other than that, okay, queen g4 here maybe.
Yeah, on queen g4 my plan would be to go knight f6, or maybe the other
I
one,
can take
sorry.
on g7.
Knight f6, queen g7, go rook g8, you have to take.
Yeah, and white's lost a lot of time, but white's the one
Collecting
up.
the pawns. Though I don't know whether, what is this? White has a pawn up, but seems that black is pretty dynamic.
Yeah, very active. You're the Sicilian expert, Judith. Who do you take here in this position?
I don't know, white is not developed too well.
Yeah. I would probably take white, but I would also probably
I think
regret it. So.
there is some compensation for black for sure.
Yeah.
Because white bishop cannot develop from here. Even if white develops here, I mean a4 is not helping for a possible long castle. Knight e4
Knight
can
e4.
come back.
Yeah, knight g4 as well, queen b6 first maybe. Lots of options.
But there are other options also, right? So knight e4 is a huge question. And Firouzja has to deal with this. And Tari just spent nearly 4 minutes on this, so it's clearly preparation.
Yeah.
So of course at this stage it's very difficult to make a judgment whether knight e4, does it lead to something bad or just a great compensation for white. So there's another move also playing bishop e3, I think, though after that knight d7 seems to be okay for black.
And now maybe knight cb6. You're just playing rook b8.
But I think, yeah, after that already rook b8, I think black can be just fine. So after knight e4, well, probably knight b6 has to be done.
It feels like it. Bishop e3, knight d7. Can I try the other knight? No, the other knight makes less sense. Knight db6.
Well, black just takes it.
Yeah,
right? And
exactly.
It's, I mean, after knight b6, I would even consider not to move my rook. I think
dynamism.
it's about, to sacrifice pieces.
If I take on a8, will you play
d4?
Yeah. Straight for the kill, straight for the throat. Yeah.
I don't know whether
like
it's enough, but it looks like it's hard to resist not to play this with black.
But I mean, bishop b4, queen a5, they're all coming.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that you're happy to play with white, even if it's good, right?
Yeah, unless you're armed with a big engine and, you know, you've studied it all in advance, but...
Okay, so let's see after knight d5, if knight e4, so probably knight b6 has to be the move.
And here we mentioned bishop takes d5, rook a7 is less
what
appealing.
About,
but
yes, it's less appealing, but still, let's talk about it for
bishop
a moment.
e3,
Bishop
I guess.
e3, and then let's play knight c6.
And now...
Probably knight c4 back, and this can be a problem for black.
Okay, because bishop b6 is coming, as well as...
Bishop d5 takes, knight goes back to f6, queen d2, let's say.
Rook a8.
Rook a8.
Still a pawn, still a pawn. Could white, instead of knight c4 earlier, have tried maybe just simple chess taking on e7 is not going to work out?
Knight e7, I guess knight takes e7.
Yeah. Still don't have any knight jumps.
I mean, if this knight is not getting in trouble, after d5 stands so fantastic.
True. Okay, so slightly
what
mysterious.
Else? What else on knight
knight
d4?
So if I take on e7 immediately, do you just take with the king maybe?
Takes, I think I have both, but why not?
Yeah. Queen takes, yeah, queen takes.
Well, after queen takes, knight b6, I have to go rook a7, which I agree that it's not a very nice spot.
Yeah.
So bishop e3.
Yeah. Knight c6, I guess.
If knight c6, knight d5.
Bishop takes d5. Are you taking on a7 maybe?
Yeah, takes bishop e6.
And now you're d5.
And again d5.
Yeah, maybe
c3, d4.
Maybe white puts the bishop on b6 here, but okay, Firouzja.
Before, yeah?
Yeah.
He took, he didn't dare to take.
I think psychologically it's just difficult, right? If your opponent plays knight d5 and it's clearly preparation to grab the pawn,
yes.
Even if you survive, it's...
And this position looks not bad at all for black, though now black has to decide and there is not much of an option. I guess bishop f5, the other move is bishop f8, no other, because after bishop d7, bishop e3, and this would be horroristic.
Yeah, you need the d7 square for the knight.
So, yeah, I mean, bishop c8 makes sense because after bishop e3, black can go knight d7, and later on he can plan with f5.
This looks very much like a version of the Sveshnikov as well.
At the same time, it's interesting that if you take on d5, I would think that you know whether you want to go with your bishop to f5 or c8 and not to think now.
Yeah, we've seen Firouzja burn quite a lot of time in classical chess. I don't know whether he's becoming kind of a big perfectionist or whether he's just embracing all of the options.
Well, actually, bishop f5 is not always so good for the
what
bishop.
What would the downsides be? That you'll get hit by g4 later, or the exchange of light
I don't know,
bishops
even just takes bishop d3, queen d3, and maybe the knight can regroup itself to f5, because after h6, if I have my knight on f5, that would be kind of very pleasant, and he went bishop f5.
Okay, it's the most natural. Bishop c8.
Of course, bishop c8 is kind of, well, if it's possible, I'd rather go to f5, right?
Now bishop d3 to me at least looks very sensible. You could start with bishop e3 first.
You can also try maybe knight e3.
To gain time, and then bishop d3.
With the idea, where do you go with your bishop? Again, the big question.
Okay, Judith, meanwhile it looks like we might be about to have a result here between Rapport and Nepomniachtchi. As predicted. Yeah, so we showed this on the board a few moments ago, a well-known repetition, a drawing motif here, and Rapport, he's keen for that Armageddon game. And the fist bump, the famous fist bump.
This was probably a surprise for many of us.
Yeah, we were expecting a long game. We were talking beforehand.
Well,
long day at least.
Yeah, which can still be the case, because not in their case, because within 45 minutes the match will be over, because usually we have about 20 minutes after the finish of the classical game, but we're going to get information shortly when exactly it starts.
And the only thing that Rapport is definitely got to try and avoid in the Armageddon is this opening, because clearly Nepomniachtchi well prepared, and he was lacking ideas here, Rapport.
Well, he might go in the Armageddon, let's say, starting with e4. Or he can go 1b4, anything he can go. Yeah. Because the most important thing, I think, that he plays fast also.
Yes.
Trying to gain even more time advantage. Because white has 10 minutes, black has only 7 minutes, and after move 40, they get this special bonus time, 1 second per move.
So generous, that 1 second.
They say sometimes that it matters, but it seems like so little.
I think it matters, for example, if you have a completely winning position and only 5 seconds left, not enough time to checkmate, then you can kind of guarantee the game will end on the board. But either way, that is a big deficit, having it 3 minutes less from the start of the game. So Nepomniachtchi.
With this Armageddon, this is actually the trademark of Norway chess, because they want to entertain our audience that in every matchup we have a winner. And of course, the players have to have a completely different mindset. I've never played in such an event, because when I was active, I was not playing. Did you ever play something like similar, that you had to play a classical game and after that?
Not immediately, no. I mean, I've played lots of Armageddons in my life, but not, I mean, such a kind of brutal way, just immediately after.
So what is your mindset when you have to play, let's say in a rapid knockout, and then you play 2 rapids, and then there is the Armageddon 5-4 or something like that? How was your mindset on
If
that?
I get a chance to pick, I'll always choose white.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think I've won nearly every time with white, mostly because of the clock. Just I normally play like 1 G3, keep all the pieces on the board and try and utilize the clock situation. But I have had black a couple of times, and yeah, it's nerve-wracking. You just got to trust your instincts. No time to calculate, no time to think. It's just, yeah, it's scary, especially over the board with only 4 minutes on the clock. No increment at all usually in Armageddons. I like this format though, with 10 versus 7. It feels like it's more of a chess game. It's still decided fully on the board. And no, in general, it works, right? We're always entertained. And
yes,
that's why
absolutely.
Norway chess has been so successful, because of this format.
The players adjust themselves and they say, okay, this is the format, fine. This is the circumstances, this is how we have to fight. And look who is going to be the best in this tournament. And yeah, a result, early days. And in order to find out who will be the best in this tournament, we also have to keep an eye on that Magnus Carlsen game. So maybe it would make sense to head back there. There we see the arbiters just setting up the pieces, just making sure the pieces are nice and anti-backed. We're going to have the playoff at 6 o'clock.
Okay,
The Armageddon, we just got the information, so a little bit more than 20 minutes from now. Until then, we can go back to, what do you think, to the Magnus game against Karyakin.
Yep.
Magnus already starts gaining space. He went knight c4, rook e8, b4, pushing back the bishop to d6. Will he play a4 in the next move?
I think he'll play
Or bishop
a4 quite
e3.
soon. I'm not sure immediately. Bishop e3 makes a lot of sense as well, but sometimes you want that square for the white knight. So I think Magnus would like to stay flexible in that regard.
Will he play h3 at some point?
It's the Roy Lopez, right? It's guaranteed either now or in 50 moves time, but h3 is useful just in general. But yeah, actually, Jovanka and I, when we do commentary together, we always joke that Magnus, if he plays 1e4, he'll play b4 at some point. He's even played 1b4 on the Champions Chess Tour, but he'll play b4 at some point. He loves to do it in the Italian. He loves to do it in the Spanish, even at the most kind of surprising
Well,
moments.
I think in the Italian it's much more common than in the Roy Lopez, right?
True, true. In the Roy Lopez, I've seen him do it a couple of times, but yeah, in this specific scenario, it makes some sense pushing the bishop back. And also now black is slightly less flexible on the queen side with his pawns. There's one type of formation as well. If white gets, for example, bishop to e3 and a knight, say black plays knight f8 or knight f6, yeah. If white can play knight a5, then this can actually be quite annoying. This configuration, it takes black a long, long time now to ever play b6 or c5. And yeah, the pawns hang simply. The c6 pawn will hang if black ever plays b6, and you can't even defend the b pawn with your rook on b8 because the white bishop on e3 eyes up a7. So I found myself in this scenario a couple of times as black, just thinking, oh gosh, I have to spend like 5 or 6 moves trying to go round and round. Sometimes you can break it with queen d7 and b6, but at the right moment, if white establishes this bind, it can be annoying. Okay, so meanwhile, Magnus does play bishop e3. So just keeping that a pawn flexible.
That comes later, right?
Yeah. a4, I guess it's not clear whether white wants to push even further on the queen side now. Maybe he just wants to sit with the structure and aim instead for d4. Maybe just moving the white queen and eventually pushing the d pawn.
You have to defend the e4 first, right,
Yeah.
for that?
And maybe even defend b4 first sometimes. Yeah, Magnus definitely playing the long game in this one. What do you think for black's plans? Knight
Well,
f8,
a lot of maneuvering
queen
is
f6.
going to be happening, right? Yeah, knight f8 seems to be the logical. I don't know whether knight g6 he's going to be exchanging on h4, for example.
Yeah. When I've seen Sergei play these types of positions as black, he always loves to play knight f8, queen f6, and at least something with his knight later on, g6 or e6.
Also, black at some point can go g5. What do you think?
Yep.
So let's say knight f8, which is on the board already.
Especially if white plays this famous h3 move, then g5 might
Well,
become a factor later on.
Yeah, definitely. But probably white should be somehow fast with d4, and maybe queen f6 is not so easy to d4.
Yeah. I guess black will try and put the knight out first. Maybe bishop e6, I mean knight g6 and then bishop e6 is black's plan. Just to slow white down with any pawn pushes. Yeah, queen c2, h3. What do you
I
think
don't know.
we'll see?
Queen c2, maybe bishop g4 to
Yeah.
push back the knight.
And then argue that,
Queen f6.
argue the knights get in each other's way maybe.
Well, you can go knight a5, right?
Knight a5, forcing
I
rook
don't
F-
want
rook e b8 or bishop c8.
This is not exactly what I was aiming for with black.
So this is, I think, is just the idea of white set up with the b pawn on b4 and bishop on e3, knight on c4.
So what about if after knight d2, black plays b6 for these
Yeah.
purposes, not to allow white to go to a5?
Yeah, very sensible. Does white, I guess the question is, does white want to push with d4, maybe even f4 in this exact position? f4 is always double-edged.
Yeah, it's never clear how to handle this one.
I think black takes, probably takes everything. And even just bishop e6.
Though maybe,
black is
what
solid.
about bishop e2 in this position?
Tactics. Trying to force me to take on d6 with the knight, but even then, you take on f1 first. Yeah, knight takes e8, bishop takes d3.
Intermezzo.
Yeah, and no way I can keep an eye on that bishop with the queen. Trying to figure out if I can trap it somehow, but
Well,
no.
for now, I think it's for sure that
okay.
white has to go out with his queen from bishop g4 or to play h3, right?
Yeah.
Well, unless white wants to go knight d2, let's say.
Yeah, but it makes sense to keep the knight flexible for now. It's not 100% clear it wants to be on d2. So, yeah, I expect queen c2 or h3. As you mentioned, allowing bishop g4 and keeping that pin there can just backfire for white. It's going to be annoying to break that pin later on, so... Okay, the world champion spending a bit of time. Should we check out the other game meanwhile?
Yeah, what's going on with Tari? After bishop f5, he did not go bishop d3, did not go knight e3, but he played a5. Knight
makes sense.
d7 and bishop e2. So he wanted to make sure that the b7 pawn is not going to be going forward one or two moves.
Okay, and after bishop e2, it looks like both sides have also castled.
Castled. But this doesn't seem to look bad at all for black. I mean, after the pawn is on d5, white knight will never be able to occupy that important square.
So I guess your plan as black at some point is to move this bishop and then play f5 and start pushing things.
Well, to start with rook c8, that's a very sensible continuation, I think, because it just simply stands good over there.
Does white ever want to play rook a3 and try and swing that rook across somewhere? Say rook c8.
I
rook
don't
a3.
think you will have enough time for
No
that.
time. It's the kind of move that looks nice. And
And even if you throw it to g3, I just go out king h8, I
Yeah.
think.
I kind of want to play bishop e3 and rook b3, maybe. But
Yeah, if you think about from this point of
This
view,
side.
it is possible. But for this kind of idea can even be with rook h4 and rook b4, rook a4 and rook b4.
true, true.
So knight c5, then you don't even have to go bishop e3 so quickly.
In this exact position, maybe, okay, b5 is black, but it gets really sharp.
Oh, that's
So-
possible that that can be unpleasant for white, right?
Some direct tactics. A c2 square maybe vulnerable.
But
Knight takes c8.
knight c8,
Yeah.
but
Maybe
not
queen
queen
takes
c8,
c8.
yes, yes.
Otherwise,
But then
white
rook
gets the rook and
c4.
two bishops for the queen. And white comes out, the exchange up.
Yeah.
So much to calculate.
Yes, well, that's the Sicilian.
That's the Sicilian, yeah.
Welcome.
That's why I've avoided it most of my career, if possible. Yeah, rook c8. Looking sensible. What else could Firouzja be thinking about?
Yeah, but probably there are other options also. Black can also start already going back bishop f7 and
Yep.
possibly, yeah. Well, of course, after f5, white will be going f4. So it's not so clear.
Yeah, before black gets a chance himself to play f4. Okay, so Firouzja's decided to stay
Queen
flexible
c7.
and play queen c7.
Yeah, and after queen c7, there's another way of developing with the rook to e8.
Okay, just
I
in case he
think-
goes for the other plan of pushing pawns.
Well, yeah, moving back and starts pushing pawns, right? And just simply playing that way. The d7 knight serves very well, controlling the b6 weak square. It is always ready to jump to c5, possibly to f6, so it's just perfectly placed.
Yeah. I mean, this is a typical Najdorf scenario, but it's also very similar to this Sveshnikov, which Magnus plays all the time with this early knight d5. And it looks like a better version for black, simply,
I think black should be completely fine
compared
here.
to usual. Yeah.
It's a nice position. Also, by keeping the rook on a8, black keeps an option to play b5 one day.
Okay.
Because once you play b5, then the a6 has to be defended. Though I think that's not the primary plan of black, but queen c7 is completely understandable.
Okay, here's another question. So if white plays bishop e3, for example, just developing, does black ever want to play a move like bishop g5 to trade off these dark square bishops?
Bishop g5, yeah, I was also hesitating about it. But I'm not sure that it's good. Because what if I just take, I go queen d2, you have to go playing f6,
Yeah.
and then immediately knight e3,
Okay, so some concrete issues. Bishop g6, I guess.
bishop g6.
Yeah. I mean, in general, just long term, it makes sense to exchange the dark square bishops, but here it does feel maybe bishop d3. It does feel a bit loose for black. It's playable.
It's playable, but somehow I have the feeling that the black shouldn't go there because what?
I'm just trying to figure out why he played queen c7. I mean, other than to defend his d6 pawn, because otherwise the
Yeah.
queen on c7 isn't necessarily great. So it does walk into some rook a3, rook c3 sometimes.
You really like to play horizontally with your rooks, right?
I think I've been influenced. I was commentating on the candidates with Magnus, and every position he wants to play rook a3, whether it's good or not.
Yeah.
So
Actually, I also like it. I think it is underestimated generally.
yeah,
Somehow it's still in chess that you develop and you put your rooks on the open files.
yeah, d1, e1.
Yeah, and then there it stops, right? But actually, when you talk about real chess, many times the rooks can be so powerful, and of course the 7th rank, right?
Yeah,
You go to the 7th rank or on open files. But actually it can be incredibly powerful on the 3rd and 4th,
Yeah,
and switching sides.
all about mobility with the rooks, and
Yeah.
rooks are very mobile on the 3rd rank. as
Look
well.
what Magnus did. Took on d6.
Wow. Okay, already. That's. Are you surprised here? Because he could have played this at any moment, right? That bishop was not running away.
Yeah, but maybe he was afraid that it will be running away.
Okay.
Because he just played knight g6.
Okay, maybe
You
getting ready
see?
to play bishop
So
f8.
maybe he was afraid of bishop moving away to e7 or f8, and he took on d6.
And now black has the chance at least to undouble his pawn structure.
Yeah, but if he undoubles it, probably d4
D4.
would come. What about d5? Then b4 maybe not the best.
Yeah, full elimination of the center. And yeah, I guess b4 has weakened some dark squares. Sorry, some light squares. Yeah, I'm
Actually,
struggling to
it doesn't seem to be so good for white, is it?
No, I'm struggling to understand. I mean, if c takes d6, what else could be Magnus's plan? f4 looks just nonsensical here. Black can just take everything and break with d5 in the center. Yeah, I mean, it looks completely fine. Even if black were unable to challenge immediately with d5, black is super solid. After d4, even if just bishop e6 or a5 or...
Interesting decision.
Yeah. Maybe here white can play c4 and try and just seize all the space. But either way.
Yeah, but actually after
interesting.
d4, I like d5.
Yeah, yeah.
But maybe he wants to take.
And
Though queen d5
queen takes,
and
yeah. I mean, c takes is maybe fine as well, but why give yourself an isolated pawn potentially? Queen takes d5. I don't see it. Queen b3 here maybe, but just heading for an endgame, right? And Sergei's pretty efficient at dealing with those tiny disadvantages.
I'm very curious to start with which one with Sergei will be capturing, with the pawn or with the queen. Because if let's say queen takes, then probably knight c4 comes.
Yep.
And when queen moves away, maybe then knight a5 already. Oh no, a6, b6 is possible because the c6 is not hanging.
C6 is defended, yeah. Maybe he'll wait until bishop e6 comes and then he'll play knight a5.
Yeah, but actually even knight h4 is something that white shouldn't be too happy about. I mean, will he play g3?
Maybe just f3 at some. If you play knight h4, maybe f3. So maybe queen somewhere, queen c2. I just want to play d4 if possible next move. Knight h4, f3. I guess you defend kind of horizontally.
Or even f4, yeah?
Oh, well, yeah, actually f4 here. Oh, that's my weakness. I'm always just trying to shore things up and defend rather than look for the moment to...
C takes d6, of course.
Yeah.
C takes d...
Would that have been your instinct as well, or queen takes d6 looks more dynamic?
No,
maybe?
I like c takes d6 better. Because d5 is coming so obviously.
Yeah. Not looking like a
I
great
mean, I don't know.
success.
I mean, which side would you be taking here?
I mean, you could flip a coin at this point, right? This looks like both sides are perfectly happy.
I mean, knight on g6 was the problem. d5, black is completely ready for.
Magnus doesn't look too happy on the camera either, just a moment ago, just kind of rubbing his forehead. I mean, with the white pieces as well, feels very strange to take on d6, even if he was worried about black playing bishop f8 and keeping the bishop pair. You need some imbalance in the position, surely.
a4.
Okay.
As nothing has happened.
Yeah, I guess he wants to play a5.
Yeah,
and just clamp
definitely.
down and...
Okay, so what about d5?
Yeah, no time for a5 now.
No time for a5 because there is a bishop trap.
So, what does he want? Knight b3, maybe?
But after knight b3...
You just want to take and bishop e6? Or?
What about b6?
Yep.
a5, rook b8. I don't like, I mean, the knight on
It's dominated, right?
b5, b3 is not going to be jumping to c5. And later on, of course, I can take already and bishop e6.
Yeah, that's one thing I learned from Hikaru Nakamura talking about Fischer random chess. Never put your knight on the third rank because it just gets controlled by a pawn. And, or when you allow it to get controlled by a pawn, it's never a great idea. So maybe instead of knight b3, does he just want to play f3? Trying to figure out what his intentions could be. But black can't be worse here, surely. Just black's done nothing wrong.
Well, he can get worse. For example, if let's say black takes, I think he just wants to go here, queen e2, then he wants to go a5, rook d1, queen f2.
Needs a bit of a helping hand.
Black squares.
But I mean, if black doesn't take on e4, if black just maintains the tension forever, maybe even starting with this
d5, f3. By the way, can't black go d4?
Okay, take, bishop f2.
Knight f4.
Knight b3, maybe.
And on queen g5, bishop g3, you say?
Probably. Yeah, and this pawn structure, this change in pawn structure is risky for black.
Yes.
The d4 pawn very weak.
Well, still knight h5, f4.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so now black
But
is
how
to
about,
move.
say, d5, f3, and a5?
Can I go f5?
Okay. Also tempting.
Or queen h5, queen f6.
Queen f6, yeah. And white hasn't really achieved anything unless f4 there is possible, but oh, maybe f4 there.
There?
After queen h5, queen f6.
Ooh.
I don't know.
What do you mean? And after takes?
I slightly tempted to play rook takes, but probably just play bishop d7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah. c3 is hanging sometimes. Yeah. No problems for black.
Well, of course, black has to make decisions, but if I go f5...
Does white just want f3 again, just to, I mean, provoke black into playing f4?
But what about black playing d5?
And
Isn't black having a fantastic center?
yeah, I guess Magnus just could avoid it, could ignore this, sorry, just a5 again. It's a nice
Okay,
center,
queen
but
f6.
what next? Okay, now,
I think black
Yeah.
maybe going to knight h4.
black's got a lot of potential actually, attacking dynamism. But then again, white is relatively solid.
Yeah, but with black I just want to develop this way. I'm not sure white will be able to go with the knight to b3 because there is huge tension in the center.
Queen e1, queen f2. It's so slow, I might even get the bishop trapped if I'm not careful.
Well, here I think d4 might be the move.
Okay.
Takes,
now
and knight f4.
Yeah. I can get my rook a3 move going again. But yeah. not
Well,
looking
within a
great.
few minutes we're going to have the playoff starting between Rapport and Nepomniachtchi.
Yes, so
So
in about 3 minutes. What do you think? You mentioned king's pawn opening from Rapport. 1e4.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, we have d5 from Karyakin in the meantime.
So we mentioned earlier, who would we rather take? I can just sense, I can feel you're heading towards black's black
Yeah,
side.
I'm not sure I'm right because I do not like exactly this e3 bishop looking at my a7 pawn over there. At the same time, I like very much the opportunity for black to play, apart from playing d5, to go also to play f5.
Yeah.
I think that can be a great opportunity for black.
Yeah, I'd have to say it's in the balance, but if you gave me black and if you told me you're guaranteed this type of position against a world champion, especially a world champion on fire, winning 3 in a row, then I'd snap your hand off. I'd say yes, please. So, yeah, Karyakin, no cause for complaint, and he's still not used that much time on the clock. So,
But right now
definitely
he's
not an issue.
threatening to win a piece, right, with
Yes.
b4. So white has to be reacting and either playing f3 or going knight b3. This is the two options, I guess.
yeah. And okay, the players have arrived for that Armageddon. Rapport with white, Nepomniachtchi with black. And remember that Rapport has to win this game. He will start with 10 minutes against Nepomniachtchi's 7. And it's going to be a race. It's going to be fast and furious. Oh, well, can't even talk at this point. Furious.
Well, it is very stressful moments for the
Yeah.
tournament. And for the final result, it does have a big influence. Because now, obviously, Rapport has to win in
Yeah.
order to stay there and really fighting for the first place.
Yeah. If he loses this one, he'll still get 1 point, but
I
if
mean,
Magnus wins the classical,
yeah, but it can be still okay. If he's losing this one, it's still not a big deal if Magnus wins, let's say, only the Armageddon.
okay, then
Because they
they'd
are
be,
just equal points,
they'd be
right?
tied up at the top.
But psychologically, it will be a problem.
Yes. He'll have lost a lot of momentum these last couple of days, losing yesterday in classical
We have knight b3
by Magnus.
Magnus, so things are actually speeding up there also. I'm very curious if f5 will be on the board. though I'm not sure it will be played by Sergei. Maybe he will go on more solid.
I like your b6 idea as well, either now or after f5.
Okay, so we have the
Okay, so we have
knight f3.
knight f3 and
d5.
okay, a form of reti, but it's also kind of a King's
E4.
Indian attack potentially. If white plays g3. Wow, are you surprised by this opening choice? It's
Knight
kind of
c6.
maximum tension.
Is this a common move?
Knight c6.
What is this opening?
I've never seen this before, I must admit. Not this exact move order, not this exact transposition. E takes d5 as well, giving away the center. Looks ambitious, but
Well,
could
I
backfire.
don't know. I don't know. I don't like what White is doing so far, but he's doing it fast.
yes, so he's still got more than 3 minutes extra on the clock. And now a check from Nepomniachtchi. Oh, that is going to really cause a dilemma for white. Now you
Well,
have to block with your queen and allow a queen
King
exchange,
F1,
or
King
you have to
F1.
move your king.
No, you have to win the game. You have to play King F1, but H4, I guess, going kind of active, or Knight G5, also possibility. I'm not sure this is exactly what Rapport was looking for before the game.
No, I mean, I don't see any
It
problems for black.
does not seem to be a very good choice.
Once black's queen moves out the way, everything's quite harmonious in the black camp. Okay, knight c4. I mean, if you could flip over white's king and rook here and make it look like white's castle, then maybe.
Well, yeah, I wanted to
But
say
even
even
then,
then, it's,
yeah.
it's not that black should be very much afraid of. Queen d7.
Okay,
Interesting approach. He wants to go. What's the idea with Queen d7?
so it's mysterious. Maybe he just wants to play knight d5 as black and then e5.
Probably.
Okay, bishop d2. Okay, queen d8. The players don't care about tempi.
There are some surprises in this game, I must say.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so
Black is really looking and playing for stability.
yeah, just he spent 3 tempi getting his queen out the way as black, but bishop e6.
I think by now White is doing fine. I mean, the last
Yeah.
3 moves, bishop on c3, putting on the long diagonal, queen e2, h4 will be on the board eventually, I think. Now,
just wants rook
now I
e1
think
as well.
it's okay.
Yeah,
It's a serious game. Things can go well for White.
yeah. White maybe not better, but fully playable. So rook e8, rook e1. And it's annoying for black having this bishop on e6, actually. It gets in the way. What do you do with it long term? If white ever moves the queen out the way, maybe there might be some rook takes
Rook
e6 ideas.
e6, oh. But of course that will be not allowed by Nepo. h4 is on the board.
You called it.
It was so obvious that rook is on h1, and of course black does not allow h5 for white. So now how will he improve? Knight g5, perfect spot for the knight. Bishop g4,
Yeah, bishop g4,
provoking f3, but probably bishop f3 will be, or queen d2.
queen d2, queen e3. I don't see any downsides necessarily to moving the queen. Actually, queen d2, I like having the e3 square for the white knight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is exactly what he has in mind. Sometimes bishop takes c6 can be interesting in these
Yeah.
kind of positions.
Then-
I think to double the pawn and then f3, king g2, knight e5, knight on g5 and d5 can be different. Probably this was the reason why black played king d7. But knight e3 I like very much. So the g4 bishop will be taken.
Yeah, he might net the bishop pair at some point. If white takes on g4 right now, I guess black will recapture with the knight and try and get the dark square bishops off the board to try and eliminate white's newfound bishop pair. Okay, b4.
b4.
Wow. Richard's so good with the full board awareness there, but knight d4.
Though I
immediately.
don't like b4, I think, because knight d4 is strong. So probably he will be going back knight c4, somehow trying to control the e5. No,
Wow,
he captures and takes the b7.
quick decision. Okay,
Takes the b7. Pawn is a pawn.
agreed. But yeah, how does black win it back? Because rook b8 is simply answered by bishop c6, gaining a tempo. Bishop h6, okay. But there's no threat there.
We really have a feel, I think, that this is a blitz game,
This,
right?
yeah,
I mean, this is really a blitz game. We can feel it.
I mean, neither player's
Knight
paused really for a
g4.
significant time. Okay, knight g4.
Bishop f3 or something.
Yeah, it feels slightly scary for white somehow.
King
but
g2. Queen f4.
Okay.
Okay, actually
up.
it's simplifying, getting an exchange of queens, maybe takes, and rook d4.
Yeah, black's
No, e6, simply black is looking for some
just stability.
stability, but still it's a pawn down, right?
Maybe black wants bishop f8, bishop round to d6, and that's why Richard forces black's rook onto
Rook
a west
e4.
square.
No, b5.
Okay.
White is clearly better.
Yeah, it's a
The
pawn.
question is whether he will be able to convert his advantage into victory, or it's not going to be enough. But he should be able to do that, I think. King
You
e2
think so?
or king g2.
It's black's idea to trade off a set of rooks on e4 and bring the other
He
rook to d4.
keeps his time advantage almost all.
So you think high odds of winning this one?
I think it should be, but
Yeah.
of course probably black will exchange the rooks and bishop goes back to f8 and c5. It can be a regrouping.
Sometimes round to d6 as well.
Or to
target
d6,
the
yeah,
f4
looking
pawn.
for some counter chances on the weak pawns.
Yep, Napoleon actually fighting. Which way would you go? King e2, king g2? To me, it's,
I don't know, king
they
g2
look the same.
looks more natural to me. At the same time, I would like to have my king towards the queen side.
Okay, so we're expecting white to move the king. Simply what else? Could you make an argument for a4, a5? Just push it as far as possible up the board, push it to
Well,
a6.
after a4, I think immediately black could be taking rook e4 and come with the other rook to d4. So knight f3.
Wow, giving his pawn back, because now the f4 pawn is simply up
But
for
what was
grabs.
the point giving back the pawn?
I guess he just wanted to keep black's rook out of d4. But now black's bishops come to life, no longer a pawn down. Surprising.
Very surprising.
Knight e5 might even come to get those knights off. If the knights leave the
Very
board.
surprised with this decision.
Yeah. I mean, he's lessened his winning chances. Even if he didn't want to see a rook land on d4 and black's other rook getting active, I mean, it felt like the risk he needed to take to win this game. Knight f6, he'll put the bishop back on c6 most likely. But then knight d5 even, and yeah, it's turning against Rapport maybe. And the clock, the time advantage disappearing too.
a4. Okay, so now he has to switch little plans, not to take care about his bishop, trying to push a5, bring the rook to the queen side, is what he's doing, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough at all. Probably rook a4 will be there, somehow giving a hard time for the f4 bishop.
Wow, and black's king trying to get into the action.
Knight
D6.
d4, this is a very interesting, though. What about bishop e5,
e5,
knight c6? Though it's not clear what is it going to be.
Okay, first Nepo takes on e4. Will we see bishop e5 now? King c5.
Unexpected things happening already right here. Black's king is too active.
Yeah. Knight c6 as well. You have to be careful of rook d2 check.
King f3 and the a7 pawn can be taken.
Yeah.
So things are speeding up and getting very exciting.
And king takes
Oops.
b5, intermezzo, attacking the white knight.
Oops. Knight takes a7 must be the move. King a6.
Yeah.
And then
If
the white knight should be jumping back, or king f4 and try to look for some
Try to get
things,
in
but
with the
I
king.
think that is not possible to win. There is no chance. So he has to go knight c6 back.
you have to keep pieces on the board. Yeah, knight c6. I guess the black bishop will move.
Yeah, this was unfortunate
Do you
for
think
white.
Do you think Richard's rushing a bit too much with these big decisions? I remember the game against Magnus Carlsen where he had a completely winning position and he was still blitzing instantly despite having an extra minute 2 on the clock.
Well, he's thinking now, how is it possible to...
Is it too late to start thinking now? Knight c6, just
That's
black plays bishop
possible,
d6.
but maybe what about taking on f4, takes, playing f3, but he's keeping his knight, he wants to go possibly, he cannot go to d8, this is the problem because of bishop e5. That's a serious problem, so he cannot take that pawn on f7. So he should be looking for something, I don't know, rook a2.
Yeah, but bishop
But
c5
bishop
is coming
c5
as well.
is coming.
Yeah, it's gone wrong for Rapport.
So
There's
it's going to be very difficult, and he's also down on time.
just no traps either, there's no tricks. I mean, e5, black just moves the bishop. King e3, black just takes on c2.
But at some point it went so well. After this extremely strange opening,
It was,
what was going on?
it was just giving that pawn back with knight f3. There must have been a way to maintain the tension. very
Well,
mysterious decision.
Things has to be happening very fast, and sometimes it's not very promising that it's too fast.
Yeah, and now also down almost a minute on the clock now, Rapport.
C3.
C3, okay, so asking for rook d3 check, I guess. Maybe bishop c5 as well.
Well, there are different options, so black can get only confused by the different alternatives. I think both has its idea. The idea is to give up the pawn, and white goes knight d8. So he tries to grab some of the pawns which are important. Black can go bishop e7 back, and then go, but f5 is even a better choice, I guess.
Yeah, so just trying to eliminate some pawns now.
It's not only that, now black has a pawn up, so it's difficult to...
And
what is this e5, rook e1?
He wants to activate that rook.
Oops. Rook e1 is the only chance to continue.
Okay, he nearly played knight takes c6 there, but black could even have played rook g3.
Yeah, and rook c6 was winning. No, well, rook e1, I mean...
But yeah, winning for black, essentially.
Yeah, so this was the only one completely blundering a lot of things by now. Bishop d4, check. Now he will be taking... Of course, king has to go to b5. This is kind of good. So
king
white has
a5,
a6.
That was knight c6 check.
Now there are some hopes with white. Black goes rook c2, wants to capture the f2 pawn.
Yeah. The problem is that black bishop on d4 is so dominant. It's keeping white's a pawn under lock and key.
Well, it can only get wrong, but I don't think Nepo will. If, let's say, rook g6, rook f2, and somehow black would be allowing knight c6 with the tempo.
Or knight
attacking
e6 as well, maybe.
And then a7. That's what I thought. But it looks a position where I think Nepo will not go wrong.
No, he's looking...
He has at least the draw in his hand, needless to say.
Looking confident as well. Actually, he can even just take f2 and in some situations give up his bishop for the a-pawn and eliminate white's remaining pawns. Pawn on h4.
Well, absolutely. It is something... oh, it's so pity that he couldn't make it right. Well, it's not over yet, but still after this, black goes rook a2, I guess.
Yeah, it's getting close now. White's king is just so bad as well.
So it's clear that actually white will lose this game.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way to ever push the a-pawn, but even if you could, black would just give up a bishop and go after white's h-pawn. And
I mean, now if black goes bishop f2 check and takes the h4, and only after that takes the a6.
Yeah.
And he's not doing this. Of course, it's not a must, but white is going to be making a draw this way, I think.
Yeah, so...
But, well, actually black is heading to d3 and try to give checkmate on a1 with his rook. So...
Also, white's knight is almost trapped. Yeah. Nepo with an extra minute on the clock, and there we see a handshake. Rapport gives up. Nepo actually takes the Armageddon.
Well, it seemed it was not a good strategy by Rapport to make a quick draw in the classical game and go for the Armageddon game. Was putting too much pressure on himself, and with an extremely strange opening choice, which was not reacted so well, I think, by Nepomniachtchi, because
White simply won a pawn eventually, right?
Yeah, it was something very strange. Things were happening in this game, I believe. So let's go back with our other two games, which is still running, right? With Magnus's game, we saw on the screen that he was watching on the big screen, because above their table they have the huge screens where they can follow the other games as well. So he's completely aware of it, that
he's aware of the results. And meanwhile, while Karyakin thinks, we'll just take a very short break and we'll be back with a special guest. Join us in a moment. Welcome back, everyone. We are joined here in the studio by the first winner of today, Jan Nepomniachtchi, who did win the Armageddon against Richard Rapport. And Jan, initial feelings after this shorter day?
The good part, it was really short and smooth.
You mentioned smooth. I guess the classical game was pretty smooth.
Especially classical. Yeah, like that's always always pleasant. An opponent, is not anything principal in the opening, and by his, after, let's say, whatever he took. I mean, okay, it looked really suspicious after he played this e3 move and rook c1, but once he takes with knight on d4, it already means like it won't be a long day.
Yeah, we were waiting at that moment with anticipation, hoping for the e takes d4, but as you mentioned.
Yeah, knight e4, e4, like quite some moves here. The position is quite interesting, by the way.
Yeah.
You mean the classical game you were?
Yes, I mean, okay, just taking on d4 with, or maybe knight e4, that was the move which I believe Dubov played against Anand.
Yes, but it was very clear Rapport's strategy, right? That he wanted to go on for the...
For you, maybe it was clear, but...
No, but I mean, after knight d4.
Once the game started, yeah, it was already more or less understandable that it won't be, too principal, so... I also was curious what would expect me in case if I would play Grünfeld, but maybe it would be like this rook b7, rook g7, rook d7, yeah, which became fashionable now.
The line everyone's using, yeah. And
how was the playoff? What were you thinking after the opening? Because kind of it was extremely surprised.
Well, I ended up playing Scandinavian, yeah, like d5, e5, queen g5, yeah.
Looks like a dream Scandinavian, though.
Well, not the worst Scandinavian, but I think
Was queen d7, queen d8, you think, the correct plan, or it's just...
Obviously not, but well, at least I'm not going to blunder some kind of a trick. So I slowly improve my position. Maybe rook e8. Okay, here I obviously lost the trace, but objectively I don't think it was anything worse until I just decided to give away pawn. But even after I gave away that pawn, I think it's still quite playable. So I mean, practically after queen f4. So well, I mean, okay, obviously structure is not great.
Knight f3 was not understandable.
No, but then I play knight f6 maybe and take on d4 with my rook and go rook b4. So in general, I think it should be better for white, but this is nothing like white missed some win or something. Yeah, so it's quite interesting. Maybe you should sacrifice an exchange here, or I don't know. Because if you trade, then okay, especially if I play rook b4, white's problem is that white needs like 10 moves, like to play a4, a5, c4, c5, rook b1, and only then, okay, there's first idea to create a passed pawn, but otherwise it's, despite an extra pawn, I think my goal is, as a defending side, is more or less simple.
Yeah, well, today's day, we can say that it was your easiest day, right? Looking back, I mean, from the whole tournament.
Yeah.
After the game.
I don't know. Maybe, but especially after a couple other days, this was like, not a well-deserved rest. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the tournament as a whole so far? How things are going? Are you looking forward to it being over now? Or?
Well, things never gone easy for me at this tournament, and well, okay, there is one more round to go. But yeah, the chances I had, I mostly missed them. Yeah, like especially in the first round. I mean, in the first leg, and the second leg is, I mean, okay, somewhat unnecessary, but there is very high stakes, some L rating, and besides that, okay, it's anyway a very nice training.
Yeah, and one more big game tomorrow against Magnus Carlsen, so you have a huge say in actually the end of the tournament standings. How are you going to approach that one?
Well, my standings are more or less clear. Clear right now. At least I'm not. At least for this moment, I'm not fighting for the sixth place. Yeah. But well, I mean, okay, an interesting game against a strong opponent, like as usual.
Okay, Jan, thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations today.
Thank you.
Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We've just heard from the first winner of today, Jan Nepomniachtchi, but of course there are still some big games going on, especially that of Magnus Carlsen against Sergei Karyakin. And now Magnus, he will be aware that Rapport has lost the Armageddon over there, so with a win in the classical game, he will overtake and seize the lead.
Well,
We've had some developments.
There is much at stake for Magnus, because it's very clear if he wins the Armageddon, if he wins the classical, he takes a great lead, and tomorrow he goes into the most important game of the tournament, playing with his challenger with the black pieces, but being number one in the tournament. If he's not going to be winning the classical, then there are still two options. Either he wins the Armageddon and then he's tying for first against with the Rapport, or if he can't make it, then he will be half a point behind, which means that it will be the same scenario as before this round.
Yeah, and he definitely doesn't want to risk a must-win situation with black against someone as strong as Jan.
Of course, it's still, the tournament situation is very exciting, and of course a lot depends on this game, whether what will be the outcome of the classical game part. What has happened since, it was after knight b3, Sergei did play b6 in order to stop all these possibilities for white to control the c5 square. So Magnus played a5, rook b8, very logical reply, queen c2. So Magnus keeps the tension. He does not want to capture because he can do that anytime.
Yep.
Bishop e6, and this is right now the position. So Sergei did not like my idea of playing f5. He thought probably that's too active.
It's a stylistic thing, right? Probably there's nothing wrong with f5, but
yeah, but
he is
bishop
who he
e6
is, so.
seems to be a completely reasonable move, right?
Yeah.
But let's see how Magnus will try to improve his position. Though it's a big question that who is better. Is white really having a great advantage or advantage at all?
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you again, because to me it seems like both sides have their kind of pluses and minuses. Black has this nice pawn center, black has very stable pieces. The only downside for black is this b6 square is a bit tender, but other than that, everything's pretty much perfect.
Yeah, at the same time, white does not have real weaknesses himself, right? And whenever black wants to be attacking with knight h4, he will just play f3, and suddenly everything is going to be protected in just one move. d4 is something that black is not considering yet, because really there is a full control with these three pieces over the d4 pawn, so that I think it's also important.
Yeah, and if white were to, for example, start with your move f3, would black ever be tempted to take on e4, maybe building up to it and hoping that if we see d takes e4, d takes e4, and that type of structure?
Well, first of all, I think white can take with the f pawn.
Okay.
I think this is also a possibility for.
So would it make sense for Magnus to at least give himself that option?
I don't know. I think he would be just continue to develop the queen somewhere, maybe c7, so to keep the b6 pawn under control.
And if white now, for example, I was going to suggest rook a3 again, just every game I seem to be suggesting rook a3, just to double up the rooks on the a
Yeah,
file.
your plan is very clear. You want to double and then open up to a5, right?
I mean, it's a slow plan and not necessarily effective, but what else? And okay, Magnus has played a mysterious move instead. He's played rook fb1. What could the idea be there? Just overprotecting the knight on b3?
No,
Freeing
I
up the white
think
queen,
the
maybe?
idea can be also that, for example, now I'm just showing it's not that logical, but if let's say rook a6, then black can go takes, and bishop c4.
Okay.
So maybe he wanted to go out from this kind of attacks by rook b1, but also maybe he wants to go at some point some b5 kind of move. I'm not sure.
Okay, b5.
But it's true that I'm also puzzled a little bit that what can be the plan behind it.
Maybe another plan is just to play f3, queen f2, and the white...
And the b3 knight is
Yeah.
protected, right?
Yeah, so the white
That's-
queen no longer tied
yeah.
down.
Yes, because actually if white can improve his position this way and eventually really take on b6 and take the a6 square for the rook, it can be a strong attack over the b6 pawn. And once black would be playing b5, that would be deadly for him.
Yep.
I mean, obviously after exchanging, but that still.
Yeah,
So-
c5 square, too weak.
So let's see how black wants to be playing. Though I would still consider time to play f5.
It's even more tempting now that white's rook has gone away, and now if white ever takes on f5, for example, there's a lot lined up on this diagonal with the white queen and rook on the same line. Yeah, f5, very tempting. I guess Magnus would reply with just f3 again. Yeah, how does black improve? That is the big question. I mean, queen c7,
black,
of course, is just
black
an
could
option.
also maybe play, what about rook the e7 and rook d7 to make the buttery this way, because actually the queen has to be defending on b6 anyway, and then white to move.
And you stop any kind of incursions from the white rook onto the 7th rank later on.
Yeah, so maybe rook e7 makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, say white continues, say f3.
f3?
Got to play it at some point.
I go rook d7.
Queen f2, no threat, but...
Queen f2 you cannot go because I take and rook
Trapped
d1.
me. Trapped me.
Yes.
Okay, so we have to prepare for this.
Okay.
The white rook hanging at the end there on b3.
So black's plan is just simply to take on e4 and then play rook d3, let's say.
Or bishop c4 after that.
Or
as
bishop
well.
c4, yeah, that is also something to consider, definitely.
I like this plan. If black's not going to play f5, then you might as well just improve, right?
I don't know, rook b1 seems to be too clever to me.
Maybe now he'll go rook back to d1 and just say, okay, I want to equalize.
Nah, he doesn't want to equalize. He's always playing for a win, right?
Yeah.
But by the way, in this situation, I mean, time to time, it's even possible that black can take. And I was thinking at some time bishop b3 and ba5, but for the moment it's not
Guess what,
the
Judith?
case.
Guess what move he's played?
Rook e7!
Rook e7. Yeah, deep moves are good moves sometimes. No, I mean, the more we looked at it, the more I think it just
Yes, because
makes
it can
sense.
also be extremely useful to defend with the rook from b7. So that can also give stability. If by any chance black has to be defending on the 7s, then still the queen already frees, become.
Yeah.
I mean, now rook a6 was of course not possible yet.
Okay, so instead, does white want to reroute his knight? Is this why he's played rook fb1, just to...
But how to
Bring it
reroute?
back
Because you
somewhere.
cannot go back knight d2 because of d4.
Yeah,
You
knight
can go to
knight e2,
c1,
it
but
takes ages to...
no,
go
I
anywhere.
think knight e2 is not the case because takes and bishop c4, and it looks the bishop is extremely powerful. So this is not something he can do.
I'm just struggling for ideas for white. C4 also
Maybe
looks a bit-
c4.
yeah.
Maybe c4.
But is this really playing for an advantage?
And then it means that maybe the rook is on b1, so after b takes a5, white takes, and the b4 is protected. Though, of course, c6 is attacked, so ba5 anyway, it's not something black would consider seriously.
So c4 maybe.
So c4,
but
okay,
say,
let's say takes rook d8, d7.
Exactly, yeah. I don't really see how white kind of...
Okay, rook d1.
Yeah. We could have had this position with a rook on, the black rook on a worse square maybe, if white had immediately played c4. Okay, here black
But
can...
actually black was forced to exchange this.
Okay, so queen c7.
By the way, I have a question. After c4, I go f5.
Wow, okay, maximum tension. Do I want to play f3? I don't know. It looks a bit
What a
loose now.
pawn structure.
I know.
I mean, isn't it just...
So much choice for black now.
Though I'm not even sure what happens on d4.
And you want to jump into f4 with your knight?
Well, I don't know where you go. Probably you go d2, no?
Maybe d2, maybe f2, I'm not sure. I'm slightly scared you'll go knight h4 at some point if I go to d2. And then if you jump into f4 at some point, I'll play bishop g3 and just try to eliminate you.
No, but I think c4 will be the idea. Eventually.
Or immediately.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
so we
c4.
get those moves.
Yeah, we've guessed some. So c4 played by Magnus, and now Sergei has this decision to make. If he closes the center with d4, I guess white is happy. Bishop d2, and still black could play f5 and go for something similar to what you showed. But if
Very
black doesn't play
interesting
f5,
plan.
then maybe black lacks a plan.
Though I still like f5 for a few moves ago.
Yeah. Better late than never, right? Just
Yeah,
F5
but it
now.
was not so, I mean, it's not so clear. f5, f3. So, okay, what happens if just I leave
Just
it?
57.
So I keep tension.
I was wondering if, okay, I was actually wondering with the pawns back on f7 and f2, but for example here, does white want to, it just looks too risky to play e takes d5, cd5 and c5.
Yes, but it means that you give up completely the center in
Yeah,
this case.
I mean, you just play d4 as black, and
D4.
it's extremely risky for white. Bishop f2, bishop d2.
Well, you have a very strong passed pawn, but very bad center, no center.
One passed pawn shouldn't be enough to compensate for the lack of center. Black can just put a bishop on d5 at some point and start playing for an attack maybe.
Well, c6, rook goes away,
C7.
b5.
Okay, yeah, maybe we should stop c6 somehow.
Queen g5.
Queen g5. Oof. I mean, I hate this position with white, but I'd
You
also be
cannot
slightly
stop
scared with black.
c6.
Yeah.
That's the problem for black.
Yeah, meeting c6 with, yeah, b5 looks risky as well. Giving the c5
I
square
didn't
to
dare
white's
to
knight.
say this move.
Yeah, I shouldn't dare either, but after c6, white gets the c5 square for the knight, but I'm not sure whether you can.
Yeah, maybe
Race to
b5 is a
occupy
good move actually. And c6, because the question is how the c6 pawn can be protected, right?
And if you don't play c6 with white, then what's the
Well,
point of your position?
then bishop d5, right? And
Yeah,
eventually
knight
it's
e7
either you
even.
play it or you block it.
Yeah,
And that's already great for black. I like b5 after all. Okay, so
And-
after c4, Sergei is thinking.
yeah.
The time is more or less the same because there's only a few minutes difference. They are both pretty good on time management. 19th move, they have 1 hour 15 for Magnus and 1:12 for Sergei.
Okay, so the critical moment's still ahead, both on the board and the clock. Shall we check out Aryan Tari against
Sure.
Alireza Firouzja, because it looks like my favorite move has appeared on the board. Rook a3. And yeah,
After
I guess-
bishop e3, black went bishop h7 with the idea optionally to play f5 one day. And after rook a3, black is hesitating how to continue. Because after f5, the most natural move that white is going to be playing is f4.
Yep.
Okay, so what happens? Bishop f6. I mean, I'm not crazy about this bishop, that's true. But if I just want to plan to take on f4 and knight e5 in the next moves.
So if white, say, just makes a move, queen d2, are you going to take on f4 immediately?
Well, let's
Looks
try
likely,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, let's
And
try
knight
it
e5.
and this. Of course, there is no rush in the other hand because black can go rook e8, improve the position, and only after that to capture.
Yep, this is true. It's less clear what white actually wants to achieve here. I'm not so tempted to play f4 in this exact scenario. I know it's quite thematic for white to meet f5 with f4.
But what are you going to play?
Say rook c3.
Oh,
That's just. I'm trying to figure out why rook
okay,
a3
so
was played.
black goes back.
Do I want to
queen
flick in
d8.
rook b3 here? Or I don't know.
You get f4,
f4, yeah. Okay, and if I'm.
knight c5
Knight
if you move
c5.
away with your bishop.
Yeah, and bishop b6 is not what I wanted to achieve.
And after f4, let's be realistic, this bishop on
Comes back to
h7
life.
is not a bad bishop.
I was hoping to get time for bishop g4 and to come in, but no, it's too slow.
Not yet, no. For that, yeah, when your bishop is on e3.
The other approach they sometimes take is to play f3 with white, maybe in the current position, but again, this doesn't feel great. f3 rather than f4, they sometimes play this type of idea, but it does ask black to start marching forward with f4 and e4.
Well, maybe after rook c3, queen d8, you can try to go knight b6.
Okay, to create a square.
And let's say if you take, then take back,
And
Queen e8.
To come into c7.
Yeah, that was the idea, somehow
Yeah.
to put pressure on black's position.
Rook b8, bishop a7 is coming as well. Maybe.
What about bishop h5?
Or bishop h5. Yeah.
Provoking g6, it's also kind of unpleasant.
Yeah,
And after
just
this,
coming back.
to coming back. But of course, your idea with bishop a7, it also maybe
Might just win a
concretely
pawn.
it's a problem for black.
Yeah. So maybe this is the idea actually, knight b6, not to.
I think this should be the idea, yes, that after queen d8, knight b6. But okay, black can go rook b8.
Yeah. So now taking on d7, at least black gets a much better version.
Yeah, now
Yeah,
black is
bishop
not
b6,
going to
just
reach
bishop
to.
d8 or rook c8.
Yeah, black is completely fine,
Yeah, at
to
least.
say the
right?
least. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so after knight b6, rook b8, nothing else here for white. Firouzja is quite good in these scenarios as well, just in general, of keeping control and then taking his chances to
But you
kind
know-
of push when they come.
I have the feeling that Tari is happy with his position.
Body language or
Yeah.
just in general?
Yeah, with the body language,
Playing
I
quite
think he
quickly compared
feels good. His time is little more, few minutes more than Tari, and I think he feels comfortable in his position.
Yeah. Okay, rook to c8. Interesting. So keeping flexible, not committing to f5 yet.
And what does he have in mind after rook c3? He just wants to go to b8 or just go back queen d8?
Maybe b8 is his idea, just to have bishop d8 in his pocket. But how does white improve now?
Actually, I like it for black, this move.
Yeah.
Because black without f5, he might also think very seriously to go back to f6 after that,
Okay.
and to try to get to
Knight
e4
e4.
with his knight, or with the bishop to attack the d5 pawn.
Sure. So maybe white has to defend this rook on c3 in order to meet knight f6 with knight b6. But
Yeah, but it's
Queen-
very hard.
yeah, queen d2, knight
queen
f6.
d2, knight f6, just stepping into that all kind of
maybe white can
motifs.
play f3 there. It's ugly, but not. I mean, queen d2, knight f6. Not the end of the world.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
But actually, black can also go with knight c5, not from f6.
Yeah. Now.
Also
knight-
f3?
Yeah, f3. I guess knight b6, at least in the air.
Okay, so after queen d2,
I
I
still like
think
f5
f5.
somehow.
After all, let's go f5 and on f4 to play either knight f6 or just bishop f6. This has to be the continuation. And look what we see in Magnus's game. Things are really getting interesting. So Sergei committed himself and closed the position by playing d4, and after bishop d2, he went f5 with the aggressive approach.
Okay, we like aggression here, and yeah, it makes a lot of sense. He's gained space. White's pieces are all distracted on the queen side, so why
Well,
not
the
initiate
question
play
is, what
the opposite
happens
flank?
after f3, right?
Maybe he just wants to simply play rook f7 and just get ready to.
How can white improve his position? This is a big question, because there is only going to be one line on the A file, which one file is not necessarily enough for an attack.
No, worst comes to the worst, black plays bishop c8 and later on then kicks you away.
Kicks back. Okay, let's see here.
rook a3.
What can black do? What kind of ideas?
Feels like we need to go for some attack. Let's
I don't know. What happens if, let's say, takes and...
knight h4
Oh,
or
well, hold on. What's going on here?
queen f6. Immediate
So-
threats.
So black...
So maybe you can't even lift the rook up off the first
yeah,
rank. You need to be
yeah.
able to meet queen f6 with rook f1. Yeah, unless you take on e4 with the d pawn with white, but that's strategically so risky.
It looks crazy, no?
Yeah. If you get the white knight to d3, then maybe
Okay,
You have
but
stability.
still, the c4 pawn, I mean, sometimes in these kind of positions, I think
B5,
b5 is possible.
maybe wait till
Is
the
it
white knight goes back to
exaggeration?
c1 and then you play b5 next turn. Just so there's no knight c5, but yeah, even b5 here makes
Actually, in
some
such
sense.
a position, rook a8 is a good move, I think.
And rook a1.
Rook a1.
Yeah, I'd be slightly worried still that black has some kind of quick knight h4, queen f6, queen g6 type of idea.
Well, probably
b1,
white somehow wants to eliminate the knight.
Did we
Well, I'm
have
not
to-
sure if knight f3 in such a position does
Yeah,
not
it's
work.
very tempting, right? Maybe black can keep a set of rooks on and immediately go for this
Okay, so f5,
f3.
we think he's going to go f3.
Because what else? I mean, e takes f5, we can just say that it's unappealing.
Well, this
Black
cannot
takes
be
and
good, right?
e4 is already in the air.
Yeah, and also knight f4
Knight
is
f4.
coming.
Yeah, for example, if white plays f3, maybe black immediately plays knight f4, right?
Yeah,
Because now take and
I
rook
mean,
e3
this is horror for white, rook e3
Yeah.
next move. So ef5 is not advisable. The thing is that if you want to take d takes e4, then f3 is not a must.
Yeah, true. And the fact that he's hesitating means maybe he's okay with taking with the d pawn.
I'm not sure white is
In
not
some
worse.
Yeah, I'd be if I was defending this against you, Judith, I would be terrified, terrified.
I have
mean,
a
I
bad
s-
image.
Yeah, no. I suddenly I want that white knight somehow on, I don't know, I'm going to play f3 and put that white knight back on f2 or something just to solidify the king, but
He
it's
will
never
not
gonna
go there.
happen.
First of all, it's very difficult to get to f2
No,
with the
exactly.
knight, right?
But I mean, anyway, I just can't find a good square for it. How do you ever get back? You can go to e2, but is the knight helping on e2? I don't think so.
Well, the question is how black is going to be playing this.
But
That's
even,
also a big question.
yeah. If white has no breakthrough on the queen side, can black even consider at some point just playing f4, moving the knight out of the way, g5,
Well, let's see. I think it's,
pawn
I
storm?
don't know. Though, yeah, I mean, you just want to go knight f8. I mean, let's say that, okay, takes, rook a6, you go knight f8, right? Let's say rook a1, you want to go g5.
Five. This type of thing, yeah.
Hard to believe that we are on time with black.
Yeah.
Rook a7.
Okay, rook. Okay, so let's go. Let's
G4.
G4. I've said A, I've got to say B and C now. Yeah, it's slow, but if black gets the knight back to G6, gets the queen out to G5. Some merit, but yeah. Maybe earlier white had some C5 break when the rook was on A6, so
You mean here?
yeah, this type of position. Or maybe a move ago, but yeah, either way.
Well, c5 now.
Just, I mean, I'm scared I'll leave it too long as white and then just walk into a mating attack from black.
Well, then maybe black has to be careful, and after rook a6, he should be going back to c8.
Okay,
Rook comes back, and then let's say knight goes back to f8, also c5.
yeah.
And if b5,
B5.
knight a5,
Okay,
bishop
but it's-
d7.
Yeah, just one square. Yeah, knight b3, bishop c8.
Yeah, and you just want to go g5, rook g7, h5, g4.
Pretends it's a King's Indian.
Yeah,
It's not very sophisticated, but maybe on Sergei's mind. Okay, Magnus. Does it feel like he's taking huge risks here? Because to me, this whole idea of rook fb1, c4, it made some sense, but it's slow, and that's why Sergei's trying to punish
I
it.
mean, it looks pretty nice for black.
Yeah. I think Magnus would love to bail out and get to an Armageddon at some point if, in this game. I just don't see
Well,
how
in
he's
this
ever gonna
game,
break
it's
through.
not going to be so easy because it's only move 20.
And the queens will never
before-
come off, right? It's too blocked for that.
Before move 30, he cannot offer a draw.
No.
For perpetual check and repetition of moves, there is not much of a idea here, I think. And in the next 10 moves, I think it will be clear who is better.
Yeah. What would you do here? F3 and just hope. And F3, would you want to take back with the F pawn on E4 or the D pawn? I understand
It makes a
not
lot of
enough
sense to take with the D pawn, I think.
Yeah.
Though
Right.
there is another idea for black. If let's say white goes here and takes, B5 can be sensible. Because the C4 square is exceptionally powerful to have the bishop there.
C5 is not
Okay.
as effective, right? Just
But
bishop
in this
C4.
position, black is better, it's clear.
Yeah.
Because the outpost on C4 is just much stronger.
My dream as white is to somehow sacrifice a rook for that C4 bishop, but again, that takes an age to organize.
Well, you will not be able to organize it, I think, because black will be
It's
protecting
27,
the
yeah.
queen with the queen. I would probably take black, which does not mean that black is good, and I would take black.
Easier to play at least, it feels like. Okay, Magnus Carlsen taking risks, and
In time, they are exactly the same right now.
yeah, I expect to see Magnus have a deep, long think here because, I mean, it's just quite a
It's necessary to
dire situation.
understand the positions so well, and actually one tempi can cost even the game.
Yeah. For example, those lines we were showing, even where black plays F4, and it's a slow approach, but if you're one to move too slow with white, if you don't create anything on the queen side, it's very one-sided, the play. And Karyakin, he's not, he's no shabby attacker. If you give him the initiative, he'll take it.
He'll take it.
yeah.
He's not only a defender. We
No,
saw
exactly.
how their game went in the first game, right?
Yes.
When Sergei was playing with the white pieces, and probably Magnus is kind of would like to take a revenge, but we'll see if he's going to be able to. He took on B6, opened up the A5, which was kind of he
gonna be done at some point,
he has to
yeah.
take it, right? Because it's only the A file where white can look for something. The question is, how much is he going to be having on the A5, really?
Yeah, maybe Rook A3.
Rook
A6
A3?
now.
Your favorite move?
Rook A3 or Rook A6.
Yeah, he has to double it, I think, as fast as possible.
Yeah.
The only question is whether he's going to play F3 first.
If white doesn't play
I'm not
F3
sure.
first, are there any concrete difficulties?
Well, still the
Knight
question
H4
is, right, that if, let's say, Rook A3, still my question is whether takes B5.
Okay.
Whether, where does this lead to get the C4 square for the black bishop?
Maybe some concrete things with Knight A5.
Knight A5, Rook C7 was my plan.
Okay. And if I don't give you the C4 square yet, Rook C1 maybe.
Rook C1. Let's say Rook C8.
Now Rook G3. And
Oh, so you start your
pretend I had a
attack.
reason for.
Okay.
I mean, it's a one-move threat. Queen F6, I guess. Oh, Queen F6. Maybe then I can take on B5 and take on C7. Okay, at least this is interesting, but all of it is moot, of course. All of this will never happen, especially Rook G3, because Magnus has played F3.
Okay,
in the
so
current
F3.
position.
Now it's clear that his plan is to take with F,
Yeah.
which I think D takes would be very dangerous and risky.
Yes, especially with these B5 ideas in mind. So here I think we've mentioned, okay, maybe F4, but no need to rush with that. Maybe Rook F7 as well.
Yes, somehow F4 is a committal move because it means that you're only thinking about an attack.
Only G5, G4 later.
Yes, and it seems not so fast.
Yeah, Rook F7 I'm quite attracted to somehow, just to clear the diagonal for the black queen.
Yeah, that F takes E and Queen F6 is in there, so actually white cannot move his rook from A1.
Unless he takes with the D pawn.
Unless he takes with the D pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be harsh, but I do hate white's position. It just looks so difficult to handle. Okay, Rook F7
Rook
on the board.
F7 is on the board.
Yeah, for sure here, if you make one slip with white, it's just, you're going to face a withering attack. And
Well, it is more dangerous to play it with the white side, I
Yeah.
think.
And it does feel like the stakes are high already on every move. knight h4, sometimes in the air, queen h4 coming.
Well,
Even if black just plays queen f6. And
knight h4 always has to be met with bishop e1, right?
yeah. But even then, there might be some, no sacrifices.
I mean,
Not yet.
it can be an idea for black that he wants to move his queen, maybe even to h4 in the next move to provoke white, and only later on to take on e4. But I can even think of something. Well, first of all, I don't know what white's move going to be, because we were discussing if white goes here, then black can take, and white cannot take back because of queen f6, and now white cannot control both of the important squares, right?
Yeah.
So
This is immediately game over.
I think it's a very important story right now that after rook a3, f takes e4, the only move is d takes e4 for white,
And
which maybe is the idea for white, and really to regroup his knight to d3.
but even if white plays knight c1,
Rook
next
f1,
move,
rook f1 he played.
I was going to say even after knight c1 in those positions, then your b5 move looks very attractive.
Yes, that's true.
As soon as that happens.
That's true.
Rook f1.
But
wow.
isn't this seems to be that Magnus is trying to go for the draw direction, or somehow
he's
to equalize
he's
direction?
asking for f takes e4, right?
Yeah, please, please, please.
Please take on
exchange the
e4.
rooks.
Please open the f file. And the rook just came from f1, what was it, 4 moves ago? 5 moves ago?
But now queen h4, for example, what do you think? Somehow to provoking white's position?
Yep. Bishop e1, I guess.
And
you just
after
drop
bishop
back somewhere.
e1, queen h5.
Queen h5. Oof. The forces are gathering, those black pieces. Going to start jumping in. Maybe the white has to put a bishop on g3 at some point just to stop any knight f4 moves.
Or you know what? I go back to f6. That's what I do.
Maybe you start throwing the black h pawn down the board at some point as well. Just
h5, h4, you mean?
at some point, it's tempting.
Well, what do you do with white first? Rook f2?
Could white maybe now consider e takes f5 and knight d2?
Maybe.
Just to find an outpost on e4.
And if bishop f5?
I guess knight d2 anyway. Oh, but now I have to take with the d pawn. Yeah, if f takes e4, there was knight h3 check. So, yeah, discovered attack against
Very
the rook and
bad
f1.
news for white.
Yeah, but this pawn structure is just, if you don't have a knight to sit on d3 later on, or even d3 immediately maybe. But even if black were to just play g5 and just, it looks horrible with the knight versus bishop here for black. I mean, horrible for white, sorry.
But I'm not
Great
sure
for
it's
black.
so bad. Is it so bad for white? Black played king h7. Look what move is that. What's the idea of king h7? Let's try to understand this.
I guess he's saying to Magnus, if you have nothing better than rook f1, then I can just improve the black king. Yeah, mysterious.
No, but I think he may have idea, you know what? If after f takes e4, d takes e4,
Queen
maybe
g8.
queen g8 to attack there.
Okay.
You never know
Line it up.
with Sergei. He sometimes plays so deeply.
Yeah, maybe as well, this idea of pushing the black f pawn, playing f4, knight out the way, then g5. Again, you bring the black queen to g8. Yeah. I mean, I'm not in love with this move, king h7. It feels so slow, but it doesn't ruin anything. for
Yes,
black's
but at the
position.
same time, you're waiting for white's move.
True.
Because white, you have to decide whether you cannot go with, for example, if let's say white would be going to rook a6 or something, then probably black can take. So if you take with the pawn, then it's exchange on f1, it's not very nice. If this move, then maybe
No,
already
could
some
you?
kind of, I don't know, but maybe
Maybe-
simply the king on h7 stands much better.
Yeah. It defends the knight on g6, just in case there's some tactics later on as well. It's a good time trouble idea, just to protect all your pieces. Maybe black can disguise things with rook f6 as well. And okay, meanwhile, while Magnus Carlsen takes a break, we'll just take a short break ourselves, and we'll be back in a moment with a very special guest. Hi everyone, welcome back. And we're joined here in the studio by Anastasia Sorokina, the Deputy Chief Arbiter here at Norway Chess, also the Vice President of FIDE, also a FIDE organizer, and also a WIM, Women International Master.
Right.
Welcome. How are you enjoying your time here in Stavanger?
Hello, yeah, I'm really enjoying. We are also happy about weather, not only about chess, so we are lucky. And of course, I'm very happy to be second time in the best ever tournament, Norway Chess.
Yeah, and the tournament so far, what's been your favorite moment?
It's difficult to say because every day it's very interesting, but for me, as an arbiter, I really enjoy Armageddons, you know,
Yeah.
so this is something special. This is when we more join to the players, you know, because normally we are just following from our computers and looking that everything should be okay during the game, but when it's Armageddon, we are just standing nearby the players and following the games.
Was there any issue in this tournament?
Has
Or
it
not
given
yet?
you any trouble yet? Or?
No, but you know, because Armageddon and also classical in Armageddon, the time increment starts from move 60, you know, so it's pretty difficult for the players. As an arbiter, I remember a few moments in other tournaments, you know, when players play without increment, so it's pretty hard for them, you know. I remember once Boris Gelfand played I think it was in China, you know, and it just was like a moment where he was thinking more than 20 minutes and he absolutely forgot about time, you know, and when I should stop the clock and say, sorry, Boris, time is over, and he, oh, really, already, you know, and another case was that I just remember it was a game between Leko and Mamedyarov in Tashkent, you know, and Leko has, I don't know, like maybe 9 seconds for 5 moves without increment, so it was tough for him, you know, but he managed to survive. Yeah, but it's really, really hard when players play without increment, not only for players, for arbiters as well.
Sure. And today was actually the Norway Summit here in Stavanger. How did that go? Can you tell us a bit about the event?
Yeah, it was great. This time it was in Norwegian language, so I didn't understand the biggest part, but what was about Norway chess, of course, I really enjoyed it. And it was 3 of us, 3 arbiters, and I would say that this event is actually unique from point of view of arbiters, because here we have only 3 arbiters, who is all of us are ladies. So this is something special. And during the Norway Summit, we spoke about the tournament, about arbiters' duties, and about chess, women chess, and open chess, about everything.
And you're also a tournament organizer, and you've organized some huge tournaments. Also, I think the Grand Swiss later this year in Latvia, in Riga.
Yes, yes.
Are you looking forward to that?
Yes, of course, we are very proud. As now I live in Riga, in Latvia, so I'm involved also as a vice president of FIDE to the process of organization of this tournament. But in past, I also organized 3 big kids events in Belarus, in Minsk. It was Rapid and Blitz Cadets Championships. And it's actually also, you know, when you're organizer, sometimes you find some interesting stories happen. And my favorite one was like, in one year we had a big team from Vietnam coming to Minsk, I don't know, like maybe 30 plus kids, you know, and we provide them a bus to reach the hotel. So they came to the hotel, was very happy, enjoy, they left, and then bus driver went, you know, back. And in one moment he realized that there is a kid who was sleeping at the last rank of the bus.
Typical,
you know.
chess player.
Yes, yes, yes. And yeah, he came back and they didn't know, you know, they didn't see that they forgot a poor kid. He was probably very tired after the long trip, you know, but sometimes something could happen if you are organizer. So we hope we will not forget anyone during Grand Swiss Tour.
You also do some social activities. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, yes. From part of FIDE, I'm involved for 2 social projects. One of them is Chess for Refugees, and we are going to start now this Saturday, actually, Girls Club in Kakuma camp in Kenya. And also the second one is actually, I'm looking forward also, we are going to organize 2nd and 3rd of October, we are organizing an educational seminar for teachers or tutors or chess trainers who wish to teach chess, who has a autism spectrum disorder. So we developed a program during this year, so it was translated to Russian and English languages, and we will present this program during this seminar, and I think in future we will have some pilot project as well about it.
So why do you think it's important in refugee camps, what you can give with chess?
It's not only about chess, you know, so my belief it's that by chess you can open a lot of, you know, a lot of worlds for yourself. So I believe that everything is on you. You just have to open your mind. You know, you can play. For people who is in refugee camps, it's a pretty tough time, you know. And by chess, playing chess online, you can meet new people. You can meet some role models. You know, you can make a friendship, and also one day maybe you can become a chess coach as well. So it's an extra opportunity for the people there.
It sounds like FIDE are keeping you very busy. What is it, do you think, that attracted you to working within FIDE, attracted you to organizing events? Was it just bringing chess to the world?
Yes, of course, and especially by social project now, you know, about kids project, you know, I think it's very important to do this work, and I'm very happy that I'm involved to all those projects, not only for professional chess, that I really enjoy, of course, to be arbiter in such events, but also for social chess live.
Sure. And I know you're the Deputy Chief Arbiter here. Are you allowed to make any predictions or talk about the players here at all?
I think not really. And of course I cannot have a favorite players, but inside of me maybe I have, but I will not say.
Keeping us guessing. Anastasia, thank you so much for joining us. It's been really interesting to hear
Thank
your
you. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll be back just in a moment. Hi everyone, welcome back to round 9 of Norway chess. It looks like things are heating up and the world champion Magnus Carlsen, we see him in the camera there, he is in trouble. It looks like he has a very difficult position against Sergei Karyakin. Judith, what do you think his chances are of holding this position, of surviving? It's looking tough.
Well, it's definitely a position which he was not looking for to have, right? And the main problem is for him that he's passive.
Yep.
It's all pieces like the b3 knight is far away from the defense, so it should be kind of on e4. The bishop in e1 is trying to struggle all the way to g3 in the defense. And what is really the problem for white, I believe, that black is very close to play knight g4, knight f4, when it knight h3, attack on g2, but moreover the main problem is the d3 pawn, which can be. And that white does not have too much of a counter chance. That's the other main issue. But of course, it's not easy. The last move was queen g5 by black. It's a very logical move. Immediately queen e3 is
Big threat.
threatening to take the d3 pawn. So this is exactly right now what Magnus have to be dealing with, how to defend against this move. If let's say bishop d2, black can already go knight f4, I think.
Okay, maybe white can take on f4 though.
And if white takes on f4, queen takes f4, still again queen e3 is a threat.
Rook f
And then rook
or
e1.
Rook e1, yeah. Still not ideal for white, but I would personally be relieved if I got that black knight off the board.
Yes, but the question is, after bishop d2, then how should black be improving his position? Should he go queen e4, or he can go queen h5 for the moment, and then maybe after that trying to place his knight on h4 and place the queen on g6? That would be somewhat very unpleasant
maybe g4
for white.
here, I don't know. It looks
Well, g4
suicidal.
looks really shaky, I must say.
I guess you play knight h4 here.
Yeah, this is not something you have to calculate long, right?
Yeah, so maybe queen h5, but also even if he just goes back, say queen f6, with a similar idea. We've had this position except with black's queen on d8. So white's last move was just bishop e1, so if he goes back to d2, maybe the black queen can just find a better square.
But actually, what was the last move? I'm sorry, it was after king h7, that was a very powerful move, because it's not so easy to make a move, and
we
white
left it earlier.
decided to take on f5. And after bishop f5, bishop e1. But actually black, why didn't he play knight f4 immediately?
I guess white has to defend d3, so rook d1.
Knight
Or
c1
knight-
or rook d1. And if now black goes queen g5,
Okay, bishop g3.
bishop g3, and then black, let's say, would go to h5.
But now
White cannot take because
yeah,
of queen
e5,
e3, right?
e3 check.
And if white would be going back, then black goes queen g6 and then knight f4.
Maybe white leaves the bishop on g3. I just don't want to allow knight f4 ever again.
You want to play queen f2?
Either queen f2, queen d2 looks... queen d2, just queen g6, I guess. Oh no, but then e5 is hanging maybe.
Well, white is, I think, has a worse position after
Okay.
black can
And then you
capture.
swing across to the a file.
And yeah, black somehow goes to a7 and then tries to occupy some of the important squares.
Maybe some chances with rook
But-
e1, but
Black played queen g5 for the moment, and probably after bishop d2 he just wants to, he thinks that queen on f6 stands even better. And of course white is trying to move his bishop in order to regroup his knights through d2 to e4 and somehow simplify the position.
yeah.
This is why probably black went queen g5, so to stop this for the moment.
Yeah, and if bishop back to e1, then I think your knight f4 move is even more powerful. It comes with queen g6.
Yes, because queen g6 suddenly becomes very powerful. I think some kind of e4 can be also.
It's already on the brink here for white. Look
I
at
don't
those
know if-
pieces on the back rank.
But it's very passive, but it's still not clear how black can break through.
Yeah, I mean...
Rook a8, rook a3.
Yeah.
But
Bishop g3.
bishop g3.
Still rook a3 maybe.
Yeah, but after rook a3, I think white will
Take
be
and knight
take
b3.
and I thought rook e1 just to
Okay.
control, because I'm afraid for white that somehow rook e7, rook e3 can be very unpleasant.
Yeah, that e3 square looking
I'm
nice and
pretty
right.
sure that in this position Magnus is thinking how to simplify, how to to save the game and go for the Armageddon game, of course,
Yeah, so
which is not easy.
it's definitely not easy. Looks like either bishop d2 as we highlighted, or you have to defend the d pawn. King h1 looks like a bad square as well, but
Well, I think simply I'm not sure if white has the time to play king h1, because I have an idea that what
okay.
happens
Rook d1, I
if
guess.
black would go with this, and after rook d1 maybe e4 is
E4.
possible,
Yep.
or what about knight f4?
Knight c1.
Knight c1,
Again, passive, but at least
but
with a threat.
you're threatening to trap my queen, so maybe I went to the wrong direction after all.
Maybe your e4 move at some point will become a factor as well, but not right now.
But I think not yet.
No.
No.
So okay, those seem to be the candidate moves. Either say rook d1 or knight c1 to defend d3, or king h1. I can't see Magnus going bishop d2 for some reason, just because it's basically an admission that you're giving your opponent a free move once they drop back their queen, or once they move their queen somewhere.
Well, after king h1, then after knight f4,
4, I guess now.
you played rook d1 and
Rook
knight
d1, yeah.
c1.
Yeah, I can't see e4 working yet for black, but that type of breakthrough is quite thematic. At
Queen
some point.
g6, knight c1, what about rook e8? Still thinking of e4.
Yeah. Also, this makes sense to put a rook on the e file, so if white ever plays bishop takes f4, you're immediately ready to jump
Yes.
into e3.
Yes.
So say bishop g3 here. What can black do? Maybe knight h5 as well if you want to.
Knight
gain a bit of time.
h5, and now only bishop f2 can be, because I think after bishop e1, maybe e4 already a
Okay, and
possibility.
maybe some back rank problems for white.
Well, it's definitely that it's white struggling
No,
for
sure.
for saving his position, right? We haven't been visiting for quite some time Tari's game. What do you think? Let's
Yeah,
visit
let's head over
that.
there.
Let's visit that, because actually what has happened
Okay,
in
so
time they are more or less the same. We've stopped somewhere here when we've seen it last time. After rook a3, rook c8, king h1.
that's deep. I guess he knows at some point white will have to push the f pawn, f3 or f4, once black starts the pawns rolling, so he wants his king.
I think he just
away.
wanted to wait until black plays f5 and only after that to play f4, right?
Sure.
Bishop f6, b4, taking a square away from c5 with the pawn.
Also,
rook
the pawn on
e8.
b2 might have been hanging in some lines to the black bishop, so
True.
rook e8.
Rook e8, queen d2, rook e7. So this is the position we reached.
And very tense. So black's next move is clear, rook fe8. He just wants to double up. And how can white make use of the fact that he has the move? Does white ever want to take on e5?
Today blacks are doing well.
Yeah, looks, yeah.
Look, Rapport could not make it with white. Karyakin has an amazing position, and I think also Firouzja has a very nice position.
Oh, we had some white wins the last couple of days. Maybe it's just time for black to strike back. And you mentioned black doing well. Here it just looks easy to play. Probably not better for black if white's accurate, but somehow the white king feels like more of a target than the black king in these types of scenarios.
Well,
Let's say,
somehow, yeah?
Let's say I just take everything on e5.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to think also. Okay, let's say knight e5, knight takes e5, bishop e5,
Bishop b6.
bishop b6, queen d7, c4.
Yeah, c4.
So this is mainly white's position, white idea, right? To push c5 probably,
Maybe c6 after that.
and eventually at one point, yeah, to c6.
I mean, black's bishop on h7 is the
Well,
only piece not playing,
it's
so
not going
maybe-
to be standing
yeah.
for too
So
long
maybe
over
f4.
there.
Yep. And if white tries c5,
I'm afraid
could
after
argue for bishop d3
c5 with
first.
the bishop there, black can think of bishop e4.
yeah, I guess bishop f3. Yeah, it's again, it's one of those positions it could go in any direction, but I would far rather have the safer king, and here black has the extra kingside pawns, so queen f5. Okay, is it time to just ignore black and push with c6?
Well, all these kind of positions, I mean, takes d5, bishop c5, sorry.
Okay, yep.
No, if you can get to c6, then I can get in trouble with black.
Feels like
Okay,
white needs to
so-
rush, because otherwise black will just...
Takes, you
Play
play
g5.
bishop d6, queen d7, c4. Okay, so let's see what black is up to.
f4 is so natural, but maybe rook f8 as well.
Rook
rook f8,
f8,
just bishop.
c5.
Okay.
Yes, bishop h5 is also,
Yeah, I was going to say bishop h5, g6, then back to f3 maybe.
yeah, but I don't play g6, I think.
Okay.
I should be going rook c8 or something else.
But now c5 maybe, and it's not clear whether rook...
No, actually
rook
this looks
maneuvers
nice
help.
for white.
Yeah,
This looks very nice for white.
it does. So maybe f4 if we go back for black. Just get that h7 bishop
So takes,
into the action. This is quite a forcing line as well, so it might well happen.
Well, actually black can take with the rook
Take
also.
with the rook, yeah.
And maybe that will be the good move, because after that, if bishop b6, queen e7 with the tempo.
Yeah,
That makes a lot of sense.
it does. And bishop, not sure
And
which
if bishop
direction.
goes, bishop g5 is possible. Also controlling some of the black squares.
Queen d1, I guess.
And then rook c8. So
rook
the,
c8,
the
yeah.
white pawn is not going to reach to
Okay.
c6 exactly. It's somehow kind of very much behind.
It's like
Though
we've got
now
the same
bishop-
position as earlier, but you're 5-10p up for black.
Yeah, but now I'm blundering my rook.
Okay. Even if you let it go, it's not the worst position.
It's
in
not the
world.
worst, but that was not my intention.
Okay. At first I thought you wanted maybe just rook e8 here, just to try and get to e1.
Yeah, I like that. I like that, and rook e1.
Yeah.
Because if black controls the squares, also bishop e3 is sometimes possible to exchange, then black can easily get better if controls the e file.
Yeah, so this type of thing might well be making Tari hesitate to take on e5 immediately. But if he doesn't take on e5 in the current position,
Well,
What
rook
else?
e8 is coming there,
Yeah,
right? And
what
then
else?
eventually black can take, so there are too many bishops on the e file.
does he want to play knight b6 maybe?
Knight
Just
b6.
achieve a similar scenario to the previous variation, but
I think black might take already.
take, yeah.
Or just leave it. And rook
e8,
rook e8.
Yeah, rook c3 doesn't really achieve too much, I guess.
Yeah, it's
Queen
going to
d8.
be some problem with this EF.
Queen
Oops,
d8, rook
the E takes
c8.
f4 stuff.
Okay, but here rook c8 maybe. Yeah, so maybe queen b8 instead.
Okay.
Okay, so this would have been interesting too, but f takes e5 was eventually played. It's the most natural
Yes,
move.
yes, that's the natural move to
Just clarify
to
the
go.
tension.
concrete, yeah.
And now black, I think, definitely wants to take with the knight, taking with the bishop. Doesn't make too much sense here. Can't take with the pawn because of d6.
Yeah, knight
So
d5
knight e5.
is the natural one. We have a move in the other game though. Rook d1 was played by Magnus, and he went down to 30 minutes. Look at that.
Okay,
So Karyakin has double the time almost.
yeah, and remember the players, they don't get any extra time later on in the game, just a small increment of 10 seconds. So
After move
he's-
40.
After move 40, yeah. So he will be in time trouble for the rest of the game once that clock continues to tick down.
Can
Not a good
black
sign
go
for Magnus.
h5?
Nowadays, that tends to be the idea, right? When in doubt, when there's nothing else to do, push the h-pawn, throw it
No,
down the
actually
board.
I want to push it to h4, so after knight f4, white
bishop
has no
g3.
bishop g3, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only
why
idea
not?
behind it.
So if white tries knight d2 now, oh, but there's still queen e3
I think
check.
queen e3 is still there.
And rook d1 then, it's just... This whole setup, this whole plan with bishop e1 is just so slow. king h1 or bishop d2.
Bishop
What else?
d2, queen f6.
Yeah. Bishop e1.
Sorry, bishop
back
e1
to
back.
you. I don't know.
H4.
I mean, it's knight d2 finally. Now the black knight comes in, and you've also got h3 on tap, just getting ready to loosen up the position. Knight e4, I
Well.
guess. Probably you just take it, right? Because just while white can't take back with the f pawn. It feels tempting to play h3 immediately, but. or
Yeah,
d3.
h3, g3, d3, queen d2. And after
d2
check, you go out.
Yeah, and just rook d8.
I thought queen f3.
Yeah, I was thinking too. But
Isn't it possible, by the way?
queen f3.
I know,
take
it looks
bishop
crazy.
f2, I guess, is the only way to
Takes.
stop checkmate. And now queen takes. Is this mate? Looks like mate. Queen b1, knight c3.
Knight c3.
Instead of taking on, d3, can white play queen g5? Maybe. I need to eliminate that h pawn.
That's true. Okay, so this was an exaggerating.
I mean, it's still tempting, but
Yeah,
like
but
knight c3 here, maybe. But then, yeah, maybe.
Nice move.
Because if you play queen h5 check and
King g8.
king g8, queen takes
King
e5, you just
e5.
play rook f8, right?
But then there's a check and check.
But I'll try
Rook.
and block with rook f7. But then queen c8.
Yeah.
Queens are so tricky.
Okay, so if we go back to the game, now black has to make a choice. And this is not an easy choice for black, actually. Right? To go h5, to go knight f4, to bring the
improve
rook
this
to
rook.
f8 or e8 or more.
Or a8.
Go to a8. So there is a big choice. And we may see that Sergei will be thinking for quite some time. By the way, even what do you think about b5?
You're in love with this move, Judah.
But probably
Yeah.
it's a very bad move now because you go knight c5 and you can come to e4, right?
Okay, this way around.
No.
But definitely, I think later b5 is going to be an issue if white ever retreats the knight.
Yeah, at some point
some
it can
point.
be.
Yeah.
But now it's better to keep the knight out as much as possible from the e4 square.
Yeah, your h5 move just feels right somehow. Just adding a bit of extra control, extra kind of attacking resource, maybe. How about white can try and offer a queen? No, queen c1, just knight f4, queen d2, knight f4. Yeah, it's difficult, extremely difficult for white. And he does play h5.
Wow.
So, Sergei, not even thinking too long. He's trying to maintain his time advantage as well as his position on the board, seeming to improve with every move. So, Karyakin right now doing everything perfectly. He's already beaten Magnus Carlsen in this tournament, remember, so he could be headed for the double against the world champion. And during the break, Judith and I, we were thinking, okay, Richard Rapport went for this risky strategy of forcing a draw with white, heading for the
Yeah.
Armageddon, but if Magnus loses now, then Rapport will have a 1.5 point advantage heading into the final round. And that would mean that Magnus Carlsen has to win the Classical and still hope. His fate will no longer be in his own hands. So, okay,
Well, this
h5.
does not look very good for white, that's for sure. But it's not easy for black also.
No, not yet. I mean, there are still. I mean, you're sport for choice, right? So you
So
see
let's say,
5 or 6 ideas, but
can white
picking.
exchange the queens?
yeah. So so knight f4. You want bishop g3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so queen d2. Say I just retreat. Say I play queen f6 on the last turn.
Here.
Yeah. Now at least the d2 square is not available for the white knight.
G4.
G4. I suggested it in a worse situation, so
Well, this is much worse
Bishop
because it's a
takes,
blunder.
bishop takes g4 and a pin on the f file. Yeah.
Actually, when you have a bad position, there is very often happens you make it even worse very quickly. Right?
Yeah, you look for, just psychologically, right? You look
Saving,
for
yeah.
an immediate solution and then you
Somehow
lash out.
to get out of this awful situation.
You kind of,
Can he play
lose
F4?
quicker.
No, F4 no.
Okay, you wanted to
Somehow to break out of
break
this.
out. I don't see a breakout at all for white.
I think this is the biggest problem for white, that it's just he has to sit and wait and see what happens.
Okay, so previously we looked at king h1. That didn't look too appealing either for white. Yes, there's no more queen e3 check, but the king on h1 might just be poorly placed anyway. Okay, he plays bishop d2, so back where that bishop came from.
Okay, so he wants to chase the queen.
Yeah. So we're expecting here queen f6 for black. Remember, white's bishop was on d2 just 3 moves ago, and the bishop gets in the way of white's knight on that square. So Aryan will be happy to retreat. It's not a huge concession for him. He'll be happy to just step back with the black queen, and still white has the issue of how to improve that white knight on b3. It still takes an age. It takes several moves to get back to the center, to get back to that dream e4 square. And yeah, big trouble ahead for the world champion. I just don't see his next move after queen f6.
Okay, so
Unless
queen
he's-
f6.
Yeah.
What about playing bishop c1 with an
Okay.
idea to eventually really
Now
to
knight d2.
try to save it? Because after h5, the g5 square got vacant, right?
True. Actually, yeah, c1's
So
a
let's
better,
hope for something for white.
c1's a better square anyway than e1, just because the white rooks are connected. So if the white knight ever gets to e4, if black ever takes,
And
then
also
you
it
can take with
controls the
f1.
f4. It's always so frightening to see the knight over there, isn't it?
Okay, let's say h4, just to be consistent. Knight d2, I guess.
h4, knight d2.
Maybe does black, I was going to say, does black want to play rook b f8 just to stop any knight e4 and f takes e4? Because now if white plays knight e4, bishop takes e4, f takes e4, black can play queen takes f1, and that would end in checkmate. Black's queen and rooks lined up together perfectly. But maybe Magnus can still survive here with rook de1, heading to e4 with his knight still. Yeah, it's ugly, but yeah, no breakthrough, no immediate catastrophe for white. This must be what he's hoping for.
Okay, takes.
Or maybe rook de1, yeah, but this one as well.
But let's see what black is doing here. It looks bad, but maybe it's not that bad that he's going to suffer so long. It's stable.
It's stable-ish. But even if
But
black's
why?
still-
Why is it so bad if white can go rook d3?
Yeah. I mean, even if, okay, the knight and bishop come off, if black can somehow occupy the a file, then with this passed d pawn, it's going to be very difficult for white to defend. But okay, let's say h3. I just want to destabilize
Okay, let's
the
say
f3 pawn.
h3. I go g3.
Queen e7, maybe.
You
queen
want to
d6.
win a pawn.
You have queen b3 to defend
Queen
everything.
b3, but I was thinking to give away
Okay.
and then go f4. Looks
Wow, okay.
I'm breaking out.
Counterattack. It begins. And not e takes
Breaking
f4 here,
out
but with
for
a
white.
queen h5 check. Ah, table's turning. King g8, I guess.
You see the king h7, the drawbacks of king h7. But
Now I
okay,
understand.
f5. I mean, now I'm alive, I think.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Now things are not...
Yeah, f5, rook f3, g4. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's tricky.
Yeah.
But if you go knight f4, then white takes on f4, and then,
Queen
I don't know,
takes.
queen d2. That looks pretty bad, right?
Yeah.
Takes, and rook a8, for example.
Yeah, unless white can solve problems with some f4 at some point, I don't think
Okay,
it's
so
gonna be
after
possible to
bishop
save that.
d2, we save queen f6 and bishop c1. What about playing rook e8? So to have the plan knight f4, knight d2.
White will play knight d2, knight e4, no matter
Anyway.
what. Yeah.
No, I think it makes a lot of sense to play somehow knight d2, knight e4 as soon as possible.
At least we've stumbled across Magnus's plan. It's not very, I mean, no choice, right? Bishop c1.
So we played h4, knight d2.
h3 immediately doesn't help, just always g3, right?
What about g4 now?
Or
Finally.
Oh, finally.
And actually it's not a bad move, I think, because...
But knight f4 maybe?
Is it still,
So g
still
takes,
bad?
g takes f5, queen g5 check.
Okay.
Yeah. But just g3, I think, and you control that black knight.
Yeah. How? Yeah. Why do you control it?
My own trick. You
Knight,
used it against me.
Okay.
Yeah,
here,
knight e4.
and then queen g6.
But now maybe white just plays bishop
We have
takes
queen
f4.
h4 on the board.
Okay, wow.
Unexpected choice.
That just gets in the way of the black pawn, right? And the black
Okay,
knight.
so what's the idea? Bishop c1.
Does he just want knight f4, just take it? Queen, what's the queen doing on h4? I don't understand.
He wants to provoke g3.
Yeah, but will Magnus be so compliant? Will he offer that helping hand? Look, I think his plan anyway is just bishop c1, knight d2, no matter what. Pre-move, just knight d2, knight e4.
Let's see what he has in mind.
Maybe he's hoping for bishop e1 as well, just...
No, but it's not going to be the case, I think. It's bishop c1. The question is if he has something...
Okay, so knight d2's white's next plan. How can he...
Yeah, there is
create-
not much of an alternative for
Yeah.
white. It's like...
I'm just trying to think, if we know that that's the plan next, how can black create a threat or try to prevent it indirectly?
Yeah, because for black it's also not so simple.
I want to play
How
queen
to crack
f6
the
now
position.
and push the h pawn again.
Well, that would be kind of strange, isn't it?
Queen e7.
Okay, so what about knight f4?
Okay, but now we
Takes,
take
queen takes.
queen takes. Okay. So
No, because I'm not happy if e takes f. I mean, first
knight
of all,
d4.
d4 is hanging.
Yeah. I think, I mean, that's why we wanted the queen on f6, right? Just to defend
Yeah, the
d4
d4 and also to come with the rook as fast as possible.
to e3.
And
yeah.
then let's say rook e1
Mhm.
and go maybe h4.
Okay, queen c1 or d2.
Actually, you can go even knight d2 and knight d4 because after
Yeah.
h3, g3.
g3. Yeah, I think this is the wrong set of piece. The
Yeah,
wrong
this
piece
queen
assortment for
h4
black.
is kind of a surprising move.
Queen h4.
Rook e1.
Surprise. So
We
Magnus.
don't understand exactly.
Yeah, I guess Magnus now. This one makes some sense, tying down the black knight to e5 maybe.
I think black should be going with his rook. Well, either to come to f8 or to play rook a8 and be ready for some action on the a5.
Maybe then after rook a8, bishop c1, just to stop you ever playing rook a3. Still this knight d2, knight e4 plan.
I think black queen has to go back. Actually, what about d4 is hanging?
Maybe that's Magnus's idea, his big plan, to set a trap. But also it takes such patience from Magnus to just the last few defensive moves. He's played bishop e1, back to d2, then he's played rook d1,
I like rook e1.
rook de1 then, yeah.
I like rook e1 because it gives some activity for him.
Also, if the black bishop ever moves now, maybe you step into e4 with the white rook.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's time to say, okay, I've chosen the wrong square for the queen, queen f6.
Yeah, but you don't. You can't. It's so difficult to
Human
admit,
pride, right? Yeah. Have you ever had those kind of scenarios?
Of course,
you've
when you
made a
go
move and-
wrong, you have to admit.
Mhm.
But it's so difficult to admit that everybody sees it, that, okay, I went wrong in the
Yeah.
previous move,
I
and then
wasted a
I
10th
admit
quote or
it,
two.
and then I go to somewhere else.
Mhm.
Queen h4 I didn't like.
Yeah, the black queen just looks in the way. So Magnus clinging on. And things could turn, as you mentioned. Eventually, if white gets the knight to e4 now, then Magnus will be very happy. The momentum
Well,
would be-
that's still a long road
Yeah.
to get your knight on
3
e4,
moves.
right? 3 moves, yes.
Bishop c1, knight d2, knight e4.
So what Karyakin had in mind?
Just feels inconsistent as well, h5 and then block that pawn.
Yeah, this is
That's
true.
yeah.
This is true.
And okay, it might be the moment of a long think for Karyakin. Meanwhile, we've had some developments in the other game between
Yeah.
Aryan Tari and Alireza Firouzja. Imagine as well, by the way, if Magnus loses and if Firouzja wins the classical game, suddenly he's right back in the race for first place.
Yeah, yeah. Well, when you collect 3 points for one win, then things can, you can be very much there in the race.
He'll be only 1.5 points behind the lead, I think, and with 3 points up to grab in the final round. So,
No, actually 1.5.
Yeah, 1.5.
Yeah, 1.5.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So after knight e5, knight b6, black went knight g4, which
Okay.
looks quite an unpleasant move.
So hoping for bishop takes g4, I guess. And
Yeah,
f takes
but
g4
that
and
will not happen. Open up this beautiful bishop on h7. There is no way that Tari will make such a mistake here. Bishop f4.
Okay. And now, okay, black to play.
Another question is how black is going to react.
How tempting is it to throw that g pawn forward? g5.
g5? Well,
Because still, most likely, you don't want to take on g4.
well, after takes
Maybe
on
now,
g4, still f
Yeah.
takes g4, I believe. Bishop g3.
Bishop g3. At least black's slightly looser now after g5. And black can't really take the pawn on c2 because the d6 pawn will be hanging.
But he went rook e8,
So
which
just
I
keeping,
like pretty much, controlling the e5.
keeping g5 up his sleeve for later. Makes sense. Big threat. So white's bishop has to move. Okay, you've resisted the
Let's
temptation to
say.
take on g4 once, so
Yeah,
we'll do that
let's
again.
say bishop f3. Actually, black can go back to e5, which can be pretty unpleasant, though white can go bishop h5.
I think that's the plan, though,
I'm
right?
not sure I have very good feeling for white's position.
I really like knight e5 here for black. Just bishop h5, okay. I'll
just
push
go
anyway,
g6?
g6. Next I'll play g5. Open the bishop back up again.
No, now it's very difficult. White has to exchange, I think.
You have to give up the bishop
Yeah,
pair, and
but then it's
without a dark square bishop,
then I think it's going to be very difficult for white.
yeah. Those black pawns are coming as well, very mobile.
So after rook e8, he might be going to d1. But anyway, I think g5 might be the case.
Yeah. g5 is in blitz. The hand just makes that move, right? Just g5.
Okay, but g5, then he takes again. Like after bishop f3, right?
Yeah. And now, okay, rook e2 is coming, so maybe we take on g4. Ah, you can block me. Block the e file.
Or bishop g3.
Yeah. Bishop g3, rook e2.
Yeah, maybe this is
Running
too
out
much.
of squares. Queen d1, bishop takes c2 is coming.
Bishop b2 is also possible.
Ah, okay. That white rook is pretty much trapped.
Oh my. But not only the rook, look, bishop takes and the queen. Not a very common queen trap.
Wow, nice. So,
Not from this side.
not from this side, yeah. Not on its starting square.
No.
Back on d1.
No, but black has a very nice position. It's extremely dangerous for white now that black has both of his rooks on the e file.
Yeah. Firouzja yesterday making the Najdorf look like a great opening again, just kind of very thematic Najdorf ideas. And this
Against
looks
Sergei.
like, yeah, against Sergei Karjakin. And today again, I mean, it's very standard Najdorf type of scenario. He hasn't done anything too special, right, Firouzja? Just slowly improving pieces. And it looks like he's got some serious pressure.
It's not nice for white.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like white should have just tried to get the knights off while it was still possible.
Yeah, but that's also not such a nice position. It's
Yeah.
just now it's even worse because look, what is this knight doing on b6?
Yeah, exactly.
It is not doing anything. At the same time, black's knight is doing quite a lot on g4 in the attack. And once it's going to be taken, then the h7 bishop comes out all the way. And the white squares, they are going to be simply occupied by white.
Yeah.
I mean,
so-
white can try something like this, but I doubt. I mean, this is the only thing why the b6 knight is useful, to have c4 and threaten with c5.
But again,
But
rook
black
e2
will
is
be fast,
so quick.
and
Queen
I
d1.
can't imagine that,
But
that
again,
white
bishop-
is not in trouble.
Yeah, bishop c2 or bishop
And bishop
b2.
e4
and
now.
bishop back to e4. Yeah.
No, it's bishop b2 is a threat, bishop g2 is a threat. He went bishop f3,
Okay, so we looked at this one. We thought maybe just knight back to
e5.
e5, but also g5 we looked at, right?
Yeah, g5 is also possible.
Yeah, and looks like white has to take this knight on g4.
Takes.
Bishop back to e3 maybe.
That's the only move.
Yeah, to stop rook e2, stop the infiltration.
But I think bishop b2.
And rook
And after
b3.
rook b3, can't black... no, he can't take. On c2.
Hanging together for white, maybe just bishop back to g7 and c4. Okay, white's alive.
No, now white is completely
Yeah.
alive.
I still prefer black somehow after bishop e4, but yeah, it's
Yeah, but then white to go bishop b2,
yeah,
right?
true.
Though it's hanging.
Okay, so
What?
you want to get the black queen in somehow?
Yeah, I was just thinking what happens if just white
So straightforward.
black goes queen c2.
Yeah, because rook takes f6, there's some back rank problems with
Yeah,
yeah,
I
queen
think
b1
so.
or queen takes d2.
Yeah, queen b1 and rook e1.
Yeah. Yeah. Also queen takes d2 I think was
Yeah, queen d2 is also fine. So if you take,
so we take and
oops,
we have to
not here, but take it back.
we have to take on f6 now.
And rook e3.
Yeah.
Takes.
Okay, king
King
g1.
g1. Okay, there are some counter chances, right?
Yeah. I mean black's extra pawn is actually quite a bad one on the g file.
Yeah.
It's a doubled pawn, so okay, g5 is on the board, so this might become very relevant, this position.
Yes, because there is less and less opportunities for white in the defense.
I mean,
So he can't afford to move away with his bishop, right?
bishop g3, knight e3.
knight
just
e3, f4, black squares are completely controlled, c2 is under attack.
everything comes
So
with tempo.
bishop g4 is kind of the only move.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try and defend this against you. Bishop takes g4 and bishop e3. That just has to be done.
Well, it's not much of a choice, right? Bishop e3 and queen c2 was not good enough. So after all,
Yeah, bishop
What
b2
about
didn't
bishop
do
e5?
too much. Okay,
You go
bishop
c4,
e5,
right?
Yep, c4 has to be white's only source of counterplay. You want to play g3 or bishop e4 first?
I'm thinking to go rook f7.
Ah, okay. Change direction.
Because look at this rook on
it's
a3.
annoying I can't go back to a1.
Yeah, you cannot go and defend the first rank.
Yeah, bishop takes a1 would happen, so okay, maybe you do find a way through. I mean, if white has to move this rook off the f-file, then rook g1 will
Well,
again, just rook e f8, I guess. And
rook e f8, bishop e4 can be extremely
G4.
powerful also.
something's coming towards the white king.
Yeah, I mean g3 also, threat.
G3,
Kind of.
yeah. again, just rook e f8 as well.
Yeah, I mean, bishop on e4 is not funny.
Yeah, unchallenged light squared bishop. And then knight on b6.
And after g5, white is hesitating. But there is not really much of an option, is there?
Not that we see.
h3. What about h3? But then I think black just goes knight e5.
Yeah, I mean, at the minimum. Yeah, okay, knight e5. Simple.
Yeah, I think knight e5 is the simplest reaction on that.
And does white have to take that?
I mean, now
bishop
look at this
takes.
g3 square is
Yeah.
also kind of
Some-
not very appealing for white.
It's a ready mating net, right? Just that king on h1. Just ready to get trapped later on.
No, this is very, very difficult. Let's go back to Magnus' game because there was a move, rook a8.
Okay, so this direction.
Rook a8, and actually Magnus started to think again heavily, and he's down to 17 minutes.
Okay, I've been there myself. Once the clock starts ticking down, and if you've got a bad position to boot, then yeah, you do start to feel those nerves jangling. Here, I think we mentioned bishop c1.
Well,
potentially,
bishop
just to-
c1, yeah, it's always there,
just to
but
stop
let's
rook
say,
a3.
what happens if I go knight c1? I don't go anywhere, right? My idea was knight e2, knight c3, but knight g3, but probably knight c1 is
Rook a3,
rook
maybe?
a3, right? And tying me up.
Yeah, pinning the white knight down to the defense of d3. Black can even swing the other rook across if you play queen b2, for example. Yeah.
Yeah, this can be very unpleasant. So bishop c1 is logical, but after bishop c1, what about playing rook a4
Okay, so
unexpectedly?
can I get away with knight takes d4? That's the question.
Takes.
Queen takes and bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
So I'm attacking the rook on a4 and the queen on d4.
You're so tricky.
I know, English school of chess.
Very
Learn-
tricky way
learn
of
with tricks.
escaping.
Yeah.
Nice escaping. Even I take the check and I can't defend my rook.
Yeah.
Nice one. Okay, so rook a4 is not possible.
Maybe swinging across anyway, rook fa7.
And after knight d2, rook a2, and
A2,
then
and
it
knight
will be
f4
huge
next.
problem. Oops.
Yeah, so d3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Suddenly what has happened?
Maybe this is his intention. Just flexible
So
to
maybe
switch
he
sides
has
of
to
the
go
board.
to exchange one pair of rooks to go rook a1.
Will black, sorry, switch back now? Rook to
To
f8
go rook f8.
or rook e8 because the rook was on a worse square previously, right? I'm not sure whether I want e8 or f8 there, but
What happens if just exchanging? Does it favor white or black?
take with the rook. I'd be slightly relieved with white just because black has less attacking ammo here. Queen e2, rook e1. Queen d2.
You're,
I just want to get the queens off, and if you take, then e5 's hanging.
ooh.
I mean, it's survival mode, right?
Well, it's not
Just-
funny to play with white, that's clear.
Yeah.
I mean, I think in this position, isn't it takes, and rook a7?
Yeah, quite possibly. Rook h5 check.
Maybe
take.
you survive, right?
Maybe black flicks in c5.
Yeah, but white is saving. He
Yeah,
went
I
rook
mean,
a1.
surviving at least.
So this is what we have.
Yeah, on the plus side for Magnus, despite the fact he's got a serious time disadvantage, he can just do it move by move, right? Just rebuff
He
the
has
threats.
15 minutes left.
Yeah. If anyone can handle 50 minutes, it's probably him, but Karyakin so far impressive. I think he's going to keep the rooks on.
Okay, so you go rook f8, let's say. White goes back to rook e1.
Yeah. Now I just want the black queen out the way, h4, h3.
So let's go back to d8.
Yeah.
Knight, yeah. Why not?
And one plan we mentioned was either knight c1, knight e2, or bishop c1, knight d2.
Yeah, there is not much of...
Nothing else, right?
yeah, it's like either or, right?
Okay, h4. Yeah. It's difficult for black to arrange h3 and connect it with attacking f3, that's the issue.
But what about playing knight f4, knight
Knight
e4?
Okay.
Yeah, because after takes just simply rook
Rook
e4,
takes,
right?
yeah. I guess this is why he always wants the rook on e1 now.
Yeah, and it's a
Suddenly, yeah, who's better there?
good idea, very good idea.
Yeah, and maybe Sergei's looking at this stuff and getting a bit frustrated because he knows he's better, but where's the
Not
breakthrough?
so much.
Where is the breakthrough?
Okay, and what about rook a1?
You mean challenge the a file, maybe? Or rook fa7, but
Okay, let's say rook a7, rook a7, rook a7.
you want rook a1? Or the white
Rook
knight will
a1
be
is
terrible,
losing
but
because takes a knight f4,
and knight f4,
no?
okay, yeah.
You
Unless
cannot take on
checkmate.
f4. The only move you have is g3. And then, I don't know, it looks...
Looks up, but here
Not
queen
good.
h3. Yes.
So rook a1 is not possible.
Okay, so maybe just rook. Rook e1 is still knight f4, and then knight c1 is ugly.
And if bishop c1,
Maybe now rook a4.
well, now rook a4 is possible, but even knight f4 is also another idea.
Yeah, true.
Rook a4,
Now my knight takes d4 trick doesn't work because of
but
just
you
queen
have
takes.
knight d2 and bishop a3, trapping.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Still maybe knight f4, maybe
But
holds
that's,
for black. But
that's only a draw,
yeah, it looks like only a draw.
right?
Yeah, queen somewhere d1,
Or b3.
and knight e2 check, and knight g3, and repeat.
So this is enough only for a draw. Actually, I have a feeling that it's going to be at the end and Magnus can hold it. But what about playing knight f4?
Okay, so I guess I have to take it.
Well, g3 is always a try, actually, because you can always play g3 and after knight h3 to go out, and queen has to go back. And I'm not
Okay.
so sure that the knight on h3 stands so well.
Queen g6. Yeah, knight e2.
And knight e4.
Yeah. Maybe there's knight f4 here, and it's complicated, but
You always have these tricks, yeah, nice. Takes go out, bishop
Take.
d3, takes, even takes and rook a1, right?
yeah, I mean this type of thing, it feels like the white king's a bit,
Well, on queen c2.
yeah. Unless knight b3 and knight back to d2 and hope to just kick you off the off the first rank.
Okay, but actually in this position, queen c2 probably.
Okay. Just
Just
rook a1, an unstoppable threat.
Okay, so now the question is, what will rook f8? Rook f8 is on the board. Well, maybe he's testing also. I mean, if he goes back to e1, he can still go back, right?
True. And the rook's better here than it was on b8. Better on f8.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So now the question is, obviously white has no moves like rook a6 looking for counter chance, because I think just e4
That would be
kind
too
of
brave.
kind of moves, or else also. So now the question is whether he goes back to e1, which seems to be the best move. But of course, I think Magnus doesn't like these things, no? That he has
To
to
repeat.
be, yeah, and he has to show that, okay, I'm the one who is trying to look for equality. No?
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
I mean,
he's too proud for that, right? He
Yeah,
doesn't
it's
wanna grovel.
psychologically, it's such a bad
True.
image that, okay, I'm going to back for a draw. I mean, even, okay, I have a bad position, but still.
Yeah, but I guess if needs must, if you really have to.
Well, I think he must.
Yeah, especially with 14 minutes. I think he'll be forgiven by his army of fans to just ask for that draw right now, to just bring the rook back where it came from.
Well, of course, Sergei will definitely not look for a repetition of moves. His tournament standing is not good, so this would be a great way of catching up a little bit, because he has only 8.5 points now.
Yeah.
So if he would win this game, he has 11.5. So he's, well, he has to win this game and tomorrow's game to get really closer to the top.
Yeah. Actually, I remember you mentioned a couple of days ago, Sergei, he'd had a difficult tournament, but then he came up against Magnus and suddenly he summoned all his energy, summoned all his powers and managed to win. And it feels like that again today so far, but yeah, still difficult to break through, of course, but definitely playing better in this game than he has for some of the rounds here in Norway.
Interesting that Magnus is thinking quite a lot, right? And it's not normal for him to have such a big disadvantage on the clock. Look, he has only 13 minutes, while Sergei has 38.
The last 3 days, he's actually slowed down a lot. He's won a few games, but I mean, yesterday he was in mutual time trouble with Rapport.
Yes.
Against Tari, he spent 45 minutes on one move. Against Firouzja, okay, there he was ahead on time, but yeah, uncharacteristic from the world champion.
So let's see what he has in mind, why he doesn't...
Judith.
What?
He has bitten the bullet and he's just played rook a6.
Is this possible?
Calling Karyakin's bluff. It looks so counterintuitive. You
Can
mentioned
this be a good move?
You mentioned e4 ideas in the air now.
Well, the
some
question is
attacking
after
ideas.
e4, knight d4. Can white take knight takes d4? This is the first question. But actually, even
takes
d
c4.
takes e4 is not the end of the world, it seems at first,
Okay,
because
just
he
move the
can
queen.
go down. But I don't know.
Bishop d4.
Ah, look. Look
We
what
found
he
the trap.
wants.
We found the trap. Yeah.
You're not paying attention for a second, and he's winning the queen after this queen h4
Also,
stuff.
f takes e4. Is there a finish?
Immediately.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see, after rook a6, what is the good move after all?
Okay. Worst
It looks
comes to
so
worst.
suspicious.
Worst comes to worst, queen d8. But then maybe Magnus will play c5. And
No, what about knight f4?
okay. So I'm too scared. I'll try and take it.
Takes, now there's a check.
Right. Yeah. So do I try and stop that with rook e1, or do I try and swap queens? Probably rook e1.
Well, let's try first rook e1.
You want h4 maybe? Oh, but then queen d2. If the queens come off, then white is
Well,
very
black
happy.
can go rook b8 actually. It is possible.
Okay.
And
But
he can
C5
do that even before knight f4, playing knight f4. So in this position if he wants, but isn't there any tactics that it's really awful for white? Okay, what about queen d8? I like queen d8.
Okay, queen d8. So if Magnus is consistent and just pushes, maybe c5, trying to break through with his rook on a6. Okay, I'm giving the d5 square. It's not ideal, but how else to justify Magnus's sudden energy with his rook?
Yeah, rook a7, I think it was better for black not to give. But now that I see that this move is possible for white,
Okay, should we look for more direct attempts than queen d8? I mean, even
Okay,
here there might
let's
be
see.
knight h4. Okay, so slightly tempted to even suggest your b5 move, but I'm not sure quite what it achieves. Just rotate c6.
brave move rook a6.
Can black head for some sacrifices somehow? I don't see how, but
Well, bishop c8,
bishop c8,
rook
takes.
b6. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's,
He's always gaining time as well with bishop e1 if he really needs to, white.
yeah. So actually queen d8 does make sense. Black can go rook b8.
Okay, so rook b8. Yeah, black's been yo-yoing with that rook a bit.
Yeah, and if you go c5, maybe then knight f4.
Okay, now I probably take it.
Takes.
Yep, and
Rook b6. Maybe rook b6.
I'm trying to consider whether that works. Queen e3 check. You want to meet with queen f2 always.
Why not?
Before or after taking on b6. Yeah.
Yes, but then knight c5, and
Yeah.
once eventually knight shows up there, it can even black can get in trouble.
Yeah, quite possibly. Okay, so we're still struggling, just like Aryan is, to find a reply. Maybe he just wrote it off in his mind. Do you think he was calculating rook a6 at all, or he just assumed that
I
it
don't know.
wasn't
Maybe
possible?
he also underestimated it completely.
I really want to make
What about playing queen
Okay,
f6?
rook takes b6.
Bishop h3 is not a move,
Yeah,
is
I was
it?
going to say I really want to play either bishop g4 or bishop h3. I'm not sure which one.
But I don't know even if it takes, what's
Yeah.
this, queen h3 or rook f3?
Take. Yeah, I mean it's still scary for white, but
But actually maybe queen h3 is better with the idea immediately
Knight
with
h4.
knight h4, yes.
okay. Bishop e1, knight f4, or you want to take on f3? Maybe rook takes f3.
I think rook
and
takes
then,
f3 makes
and then queen
sense.
takes.
Queen takes.
Because if rook takes,
No,
then queen
this looks
g2.
very, well, queen d1.
Yeah. Everything falls.
Okay, so if bishop h3, I'm not sure it works at all. If you go bishop e1 simply,
Okay,
queen g5.
Bishop g3, there's h4.
Yeah, the h5 pawn serves well.
Finally useful. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a fun position to analyze in the head and just try and work out all the variations.
Queen c1.
Okay, I know your threat now.
You know my threat now.
Bishop g5, you've revealed your hand.
Okay, what about
Bishop
takes?
g2, yeah.
Takes, right?
Okay, rook takes.
Check.
Okay, block.
I think I'm just going too far, I admit. Here.
King h1, I guess. Queen e2. Ah, maybe.
Okay. Rook can go
Rook
backwards
a1,
too,
yeah.
after all.
Rook f2.
The
Queen g1, and suddenly you've got threats.
Rook
Rook takes g7 is yeah, just in time.
Okay, so how was it?
So bishop
Queen c1.
h3, queen c1. Check. Trying to work out whether bishop takes g2 works. I don't think it
Yes,
does.
somehow you wanted to make it work. What about, no, that can't be.
How about that variation if we started with, okay, so rook takes f3 again, let's try.
Takes.
Takes. Oh, check, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, rook g3.
Queen e2 first, maybe?
Yes, and rook f. Yeah.
Because now
of
you have to go to g1.
Of course. And then knight h4.
Yeah, but still no immediate threat, right?
Or
Rook a7, for example, and what's the threat, actually?
queen. Oh.
Queen f1 isn't quite
No,
late.
it's not a mate.
So close, but no cigar.
No, this is not enough.
So bishop h3. Yeah, bishop
Queen
g4 is a
c1.
less forcing version.
And Sergei started to think even heavier than before.
Yeah, the time advantage.
And probably he
Best thing it
regretted
was.
already that he allowed rook a6 to happen.
That's the thing in chess, right? It's just one move you didn't expect or one move you kind of underestimated, and suddenly the momentum changes in your own mind. Objectively, you might be fine, and maybe he's still quite a lot better, but he'll definitely be seeing some risk for the first time this game.
Yes, because before there was no way that white can be better, right?
Yeah.
But right here, we have a moment where he has to calculate extremely well.
Yeah, if white takes the pawn and survives.
This is the problem, actually. After queen d8, c5, and suddenly great opportunities for white pieces.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to let the white knight into c5, and if not, then just dropping a pawn. Oh wow, he's played e4, your first intention.
So, okay, let's see, what is this?
Okay, so white has at least 3 candidate moves.
Okay, actually he's not going to play this because of bishop g4, I think.
Okay, and
this is the problem. And then knight e5.
So if
So
also
rook,
black's
if
conquering
rook
the
a1, then
take everything.
well, first it takes everything and on h2 as well.
Yep.
Or maybe bishop f2 is also something.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see, because e4 is extremely powerful at first. This is what we thought, right?
Yeah.
So what
We
happens
went away
if
from your
takes?
instincts, Judith. We should have trusted those
Yeah,
attacking.
takes bishop queen c1, right? So bishop g5 is
Big
there.
threat.
Now black can go back queen d8.
Okay.
This is one option. But what about bishop f3? We didn't check bishop f3?
We
How is
should have
that
done.
possible?
Okay, let's take it. Let's.
No, but this is no.
Hope.
No.
You think no chance of survival? Yeah. Also, white's knight is on priest. Yeah.
No.
There's chance of this
This is awful. This he cannot do.
Can white go back to?
I mean, if e4 is good, then I mean, Magnus has 11 minutes, which, well, I wouldn't like to be in his place.
Yeah. I mean.
Okay, so let's see.
Surely he would have been calculating this. So okay, let's try d takes again.
Queen d1.
Queen d1. Okay.
But
so
okay, now bishop g5 is not threatening, and
Yeah.
also what about bishop d3?
Bishop e1.
Queen e4.
Queen e4. Oh. Using all the pins. So that
Well.
queen is taboo, can't be captured because of checkmate on f1. So
I don't know
maybe
if
it's not
it
the end of the
works.
world. Maybe just knight d2 here.
Knight d2,
Check. I have bishop f2.
check bishop f2. No, but now I can move back with the queen anywhere. Let's say
Okay.
e7.
I'm not attacking.
And this is rook e8
Yeah.
or something like that. Or queen
and-
e3 coming back, knight f4, b4 is hanging.
Yeah.
There is something here, I think.
No, it looks that way. So let's check this again. Queen e4 is such a nice move.
What about
So-
knight d4, by the
Okay.
way?
Knight d4.
What did we look? Sorry, I show you.
Yeah.
You wanted to see this. Bishop d3, and if bishop e1, then queen e4.
Yes. And how about rook f2?
If rook f2, then
Just attacking the queen, finally.
queen e3,
And bishop d2, you
and
just
then
move
I
away
can
again.
move away to
Yeah.
I don't know, e7. The c4 is hanging.
Some tempo up on the other line, but it probably doesn't matter.
Well,
Although
it's a
D-
question whether how good
D4
is
is-
that. I mean, you want to just grab the pawn?
Also d4 is hanging as well. Yeah. I mean, feels like Magnus is surviving-ish, but still, black can't be taking too much risk, right? Even
Well,
if he
maybe
just wins
here queen e5.
c4. Okay, queen e5, rook takes b6.
Okay, rook takes b6 and black
bishop
takes.
c4, knight c5, I guess. And
Yeah, but
yeah, white's rook on b6 looks a bit silly now.
I mean, it cannot be bad for black. I
No.
think black can centralize the
fighting
queen
for-
and then knight e5 comes.
Yeah, still fighting for the advantage for sure.
Well, knight e4. No, but this is horribly difficult situation for Magnus. He went down under 9 minutes.
Yeah, so if he doesn't want to take the e4 pawn, those are the two candidate moves we've considered so far, d e4 and f e4. Knight takes d4 is the other one you mentioned.
Yeah, let's see what is here.
Okay.
Let's say he takes d, queen c3.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't
So you-
look too bad at all.
Yeah. Also, was there the option of taking on f5
Can
after e
Black
takes
go-
d3?
maybe he takes on f3.
Okay, and knight takes f3 and
Bishop
g4. Yeah. So tricky. But now
I'm not
knight
sure
g5.
about knight g5
Yeah.
and takes on f7.
So many queen sacks. Some work, some don't. And now the tricks have dried up.
Yeah? No, so let's see what knight d4. What happens on knight d4? What is really the case here?
Okay, so
But this doesn't
He
look bad
takes-
at all for black.
he's
for
actually
white.
played knight takes
And he
d4.
played knight d4.
So we haven't found a refutation of this one so far. The other lines looked quite promising for black. So knight takes d4, e takes d3. Is that also knight takes f5, or is this running into a refutation somehow? Because rook takes f5, queen takes d3, and white is just happy, it seems. And d takes c2, knight h4, knight h4, and just rook. Yeah, rook
Okay,
c1.
white is advantage.
Big advantage. Yeah.
So what is this knight d4 story?
So, okay, knight takes.
And it's there and black is thinking.
I guess
Did he blunder?
maybe in that position after e takes d3. Okay, he's played e takes f3. I was going to say after e takes d3, knight takes f5. There was also queen d8.
But
maybe,
what is this?
Okay.
What is happening here?
Does he want queen?
Maybe
Wait.
just bishop f8?
But bishop h3. Wow. Okay, so unexpected. All the pins in the position. This one was
7 minutes on the clock, bishop h3.
So
Yeah,
bishop-
unpleasant surprises. But what about, for example, bishop g5, rook f3?
bishop g5, rook f3. Yes. Even that is. Oh yeah, rook f3, then queen e1 check as
What
well.
about bishop e1, queen d4 check?
Queen e4 check. Yep, queen still can't
Look
be
at
taken.
look at this.
And g takes.
There are some brutal
rook takes
stuff
f3.
going on here.
Pin and win. Queen takes d4, rook takes f1, checkmate. Wow, this white king is
What a game.
under heavy fire. And we should also point out why black played bishop h3. I guess it's because now knight g5 doesn't work. This idea
Yes,
we showed
because of suddenly on g2, so that's
Yeah.
why white cannot play rook f7.
earlier. No time.
What a move, bishop h3. I don't know if it's good or not, but it's spectacular.
And he didn't even spend that much time.
No, but when he played e4, he had to see this.
Yeah,
Because
but-
if you don't see this, you can get even worse position.
This is the type of position, though, you spend 15, 20 minutes thinking about, and maybe even longer, but he seemed to find it quite quickly.
Unbelievable move.
Bishop h3. Okay, that definitely
Okay.
wasn't on Magnus's radar.
Yeah. What about bishop e3?
Okay, controlling all the checks.
Queen
Queen g.
g5 maybe? Queen g4?
Okay, so
Queen
still-
e7 is also an option.
Queen e7, maybe white just defends the bishop. Queen g2.
Yeah, somehow, or rook f3 is not possible, yeah? Or it is? It is.
Maybe it is. Rook takes f3, queen e1 check. G takes.
Oof.
Judith flexing. Nice. Rook takes f3 again. Queen e1 check. Wins.
Wow.
And
Oh my, white has under 6 minutes and horribly complicated actions going on. Well, if this works, what an example that you cannot go with the rook away when all the other pieces are attacking you, right?
textbook. Yeah.
So from this point of view, it can really possibly work.
Okay. So 5 minutes for Magnus. He has to avoid all of these tricks, this labyrinth of tactics, and
So what kind of move
h3.
does he having? Because practically rook f3 is the biggest problem for him.
bishop takes g2.
And
Sometimes,
bishop g2 and queen g4 and queen d4 check, which is annoying, right?
Yeah. How do you defend all of those at once? Okay, he's about to make a move, Magnus.
Rook a7 or what?
Rook a7 would
No,
be
but
the
queen d4 check anyway.
most cold-blooded move ever. Yeah, queen d4 check seems to refute that. Okay, it looks like he's about to move his
just
rook.
about
though.
to make a move. Rook f2 maybe?
It's not just the white rook, actually. The white queen, its coordination somehow is cut from its king side, and it takes too long to come over.
What can he
4 minutes
make?
left. I mean, it's so easy to blunder right now. It's so easy to miss one of these checks, one of these queen sacrifices.
Wow,
I
what
don't
a
see
move,
it.
bishop h3.
Yeah,
What a move.
what nerves to just
I got the piece, the
Find it.
bishop e6.
find it and execute it. Rook f2,
Rook f2.
played by Magnus. And okay, this does step out of all of these deadly
So what about
checkmating
rook
ideas.
f3?
Okay, does he just want to take with the pawn?
Well, if he takes with the rook, then takes, queen
Queen
d4
d4.
and queen f2,
Yeah.
right? And game over.
Yep.
So this cannot be the move. So what about
He has to
rook
take with the pawn.
f3, takes, g takes f3?
And how do you bring another piece into the attack?
Well,
95 runs into
95, d4, right?
Bishop f5 still though.
Oh yeah, but this is not what he's looking for, I guess.
Okay, knight. Yeah, knight f4. Exchanging doesn't seem to help. Queen d4.
But is there any other move instead of...
So knight takes h4 is kind of a threat, maybe. It's still not
well,
clear.
now it is.
Yeah, but even if you allow knight takes h4, rook takes f2, g takes h. Oh, it's still not clear whether it's a threat to take
No,
on
I
h4.
think rook f3 is the only move.
Okay,
So takes, g takes f3.
so you need something now. Is it too slow to play rook f6 and knight move?
What
Yeah,
about queen d4?
Queen c3,
Queen
I was
c3.
thinking, just to try and get those queens off the board.
And I think white,
Live to fight another day.
yeah.
Yeah, rook takes f3 here doesn't quite work. Karyakin, do you reckon rook f2 was on his radar? Because that's a clever move. Okay, it was on his radar
Rook
because he has
f3,
taken.
g f3. Well, rook f3 I think was the only move. So
Yeah.
probably knight e5. This is what we were thinking, right?
Okay, that pretty much.
That's-
Does it force d4? I mean, d4 wants to be played by white.
Well, I think, well, definitely this is the first move we have to check. Bishop f5.
Yeah,
Rook f5.
rook f5. Every move's a surprise right here.
Rook f5.
Okay.
And Magnus has 4 minutes.
What's the threat? Does he still want knight e5 now that he's broken a pin?
Well, maybe knight e5 is a threat, but also
Rook g5
knight
doesn't
f4
look like
can
a
be
threat.
also something unpleasant, maybe.
White's king looks like it's going to hide on h1 in a lot of lines. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, d4 being suggested to us by our producer. Yeah, d4 looks very natural as well, just to stop knight e5 to open up the white queen, which, I mean, I was moaning about the queen's position for a long time. I
Okay,
guess
queen takes.
Okay, queen takes. Queen
e4 maybe.
Queen c3. Wow, yeah, this is a crazy position right now. Queen takes d4, maybe queen c3 survives, maybe some other moves, but Magnus is walking
we
a
got this
tightrope.
suggestion from our tech persons. F4, but
F4.
this is absolutely computer stuff.
That will never happen, I think.
I mean, we know that Magnus is a genius, but to find these moves,
The big
it
one.
is.
Yeah.
D4 is kind of logical.
sense, yeah.
It makes sense to get rid of a pawn, so to activate your queen, right?
Yeah, the big question is whether these are forced moves, whether they're only moves to survive. Magnus now about to. Okay, he has to.
But you
he's
have
got
a
2
rook
minutes.
g5 check. What? So this is a blunder, for example.
Ah, okay.
If
Nice.
I would go
Bishop
queen
takes
e4.
g5, queen d1
Yeah.
mates. So d4 was
D4
played,
is played, queen d4.
and Magnus, he's reaching for his rook. He retreats back to
Rook
a3.
a3 with 2 minutes and 24 seconds left on his clock.
Okay, so stopping the threat of rook takes f3 for black.
And he wants to regroup his rook, I guess, to
Mm-hmm.
d3.
Yeah, also bishop e3 maybe supporting that.
Bishop e3 is also something.
Maybe now as well, this f4 idea makes more sense on the next turn. Just bringing that rook across, hitting the h3 bishop.
That's true.
Okay. Magnus, wow, what a move, rook a3. You mentioned, Judith, that was a lesson, right? If your opponent's pieces go off on the wrong side of the board, you can
Yes.
start attacking, and now
And
that's
now he's
when to bring the
bringing it
pieces
back.
Yeah.
Incredible defensive ideas, what Magnus is doing.
Yeah, and okay, knight h4 doesn't seem to threaten anything because this pin again, the white queen doing a great job on this diagonal.
What about rook e5?
Okay, rook e5.
Just to stop bishop e3.
And threaten rook e2. So if f4, I guess rook e2
Yeah.
should work. And okay, maybe now you'll move rook d3. There's queen a1 check.
What about queen d3?
Queen d3. I don't see a breakthrough. Queen b2, just bishop.
Well, there is no threat for the
yeah.
moment. And
Bishop
it's
e3 doesn't
important
quite
that the knight is pinned.
So maybe there's time for f4 there.
So what about knight f4 in this position? Is there an option to play something like this?
So just positional compensation if white takes. Yeah, queen e4.
No, queen e4 is a trap, takes a knight e2.
Okay, white's not lost maybe at the end
Well,
because h3
maybe,
is
yeah,
gone through,
yeah.
but
You go out and you go rook h3.
that's how easy it is to fall into a trap right now,
Yeah.
especially with 2 minutes left. Yeah, knight f4 so far it looks like the best of the options. And bishop takes f4, queen f4. Still good compensation, you think?
Well, yeah. I think
Queen e4, queen c1.
no, queen c1, that's the problem.
So black just needs another move to play king h6 and suddenly the threats come back once black's rook is free from the pin.
Okay, so if knight f4, still I have a bad feeling about my pinned rook.
It's defended for now.
For now. But maybe white can go bishop c3, but
Okay.
then queen c4,
Queen c4
right?
is a pawn. Yeah, if you get a pawn back for black, you still have some threats against the white king. It's only the exchange, maybe.
But what else
Okay.
black has if not knight f4?
Yeah, because f4 is the big threat, right, for white. Or at least one of the main ideas.
Yeah, and if white can bring his rook on the third to g3, I mean, that would be...
Just kill all of the fun for black. Okay, so knight f4. No, I think he'll play it within the next couple of minutes and put the pressure back on Magnus on the clock. I keep thinking of moves that fall into traps with knight e2 checks and
What about knight h4?
knight h4. So the idea after f4,
After f4,
so threatening your h3 bishop. I guess you could drop back to g4,
yeah, but that's...
but then just h3, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, rook a3, nice defensive resource.
Yeah, amazing move.
Yeah, I mean rook f2 as well. That to play rook f2
Yes.
with 4 minutes left after your
Yeah,
opponent's
not to
just unleashed
panic,
bishop h3.
not to panic,
Yeah,
and to make your head work and calculate properly.
no, not an easy skill.
No.
Okay, so Magnus, he's using Karyakin's time to think. Psychologically as well, I've been there. When you're in time trouble, you know that you have to use every moment for your opponent. But from the opponent's side, when they're 20 minutes up on the clock, they're starting to panic. They want to rush moves down on the board while you only have 2 minutes left. So
Yeah.
Karyakin, he'll be itching to play a move, but the question is what? Knight e5 doesn't look great either.
Well, now it's a position when Magnus can even win the game.
Yeah, I mean, he's material
Right.
up. Rook for knight.
Well, but after knight f4, maybe rook e3.
Okay.
Rook e3 the move. King
So
g8,
Yep, king somewhere.
rook e4,
Rook e4.
or
Rook
check and rook e4. I don't know.
There's rook g5 though, right?
Ah, f2.
F2 is hanging.
F2 is hanging. Sorry.
Yeah, I'd be a bit scared to allow that knight to survive. would just take off that knight, I think.
And after that?
That's the big question. I kind of want to put the king on h1, bring the other rook round to g1 and just sit, but maybe in the meantime there's some bishop g4 ideas. Okay, so say just king h1 or rook k1, or I'm not so sure what order I want to use.
Well, let's say king h1.
Because I'll get checked on the g file anyway at some point.
Yeah, king h1 I like. It's a good move.
Yeah.
Because the black rook is still under a pin.
Yeah.
This is the main problem for black.
And also, how do you break the pin? If you go to the back rank, there'll be some checks. If you go king h6, there's queen d2.
So if, let's say, queen e5.
Okay, stopping my rook a1 plan. I guess, yeah, that does break the pin, maybe. If I have to take the queen off the diagonal.
Yeah, okay, but you can go queen e2, right?
Queen, maybe back to f4 is the best square.
Yeah, he can go back.
Still not going to be easy for white to crash through here because...
Rook e3.
Yeah. Rook e3, rook g5, I guess.
Yeah, but there is no threat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to win necessarily as black now, just trying to make it hard for white to unravel.
Yeah.
Okay, so Karyakin now down under 20 minutes. And knight f4 we were expecting.
He thought probably when he played bishop h3 that he's going to win with brilliancy prize.
Yeah. Is there a brilliancy prize for this tournament here in Norway chess?
No. No.
Oh, okay.
There should be.
It'll be in the history books though anyway.
Yeah.
It'll be in his best games collection.
You know, it depends what's the end of it.
Yeah. I mean, really cool move though. We have to give him credit just for the imagination of bishop h3.
And this king h7. This king on h7, right?
Came back to bite him.
Yeah, after the d4 move.
Yeah. Magnus.
But I'm not sure that after g takes f3, you remember, instead of rook f5, we were discussing knight e5.
Knight e5, yeah. And that was very unclear.
So I'm not sure that whether this bishop h3 idea was good or not. I mean, for now, of course, we are in this position.
Yeah. He did rush rook f5. He played it almost instantly, Karyakin. Because now if the rook was back on f8, for example, at least you could argue for bishop f5 and
what
bring the
about
knight
playing
out.
h4?
Okay. And the idea after, for example, f4?
f4.
So I'm hitting that h3 bishop.
And if bishop g4, then you go h3, right?
Yeah, and the protection of the f5 rook is being removed. It's forceful stuff from white, but I think you can get away with this.
Yeah, I think
seems to be a threat.
Yeah. Because the problem is, after f4, that black's bishop cannot be moving away. So what happens if he goes rook somewhere away? Did we look rook e5?
Not yet.
We looked rook e5 and something was
rook
wrong
e5.
with that. Queen d3.
Okay, sure. And here we were saying, yeah, queen b2, but there might be some...
What about queen h4?
Okay, and...
But actually, hold on. After queen d3, black can take a knight f4, and maybe this is a draw.
Okay, the tricks.
A rook here.
Bishop takes f4, rook e1 check, so...
Yeah,
moves.
and though maybe it's not a draw. Because after rook, bishop g2, rook g2,
Rook
and
g2.
it wins.
Yeah. White ends up a piece up in these lines, so rook d6, unless there's a knight e2 check.
Yeah, but after knight e2, king h1,
Yeah,
and there is
there's no
no
follow-up.
further.
You can't get through to the first rank. Okay, so this sort of variation must be running through Karyakin's mind right now. Knight f4. The thing is, even if it's the best move, it does reduce the potential winning chances, and it's black fighting for the draw, right?
Well, already maybe he does.
Yeah, maybe it's just that mental barrier of going from the brilliancy prize to suddenly fighting for your life.
Yeah, it's not a nice road to that.
Yeah, and Magnus looks pretty relaxed, looking at the other game on the big screen. Just while Karyakin thinks, maybe we can go over to the other game.
Yeah, we can also go for...
Yeah, There have been huge
That-
developments, and if we backtrack to where we left it,
Yeah, it was white took on g4 and went bishop e3.
Rook
And now
f7.
what happened? Rook f7, c4, logical, of course, c4 and c5.
Yeah.
Oops, some tactical things. Bishop takes, takes,
and some back
queen
rank
takes.
problems for
And
white.
this is how it black won the queen. The question is whether will it be enough for him?
I mean, g2 is just too weak.
I mean, it seems like it should be, right?
Yeah, I mean, black can just stop this d pawn from behind, right, with the queen later on.
Well, probably c takes b4, and after d7, black is
Queen d2.
going queen d2.
Yeah, white's rook is paralyzed. Rook takes g4, just bishop c6, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Firouzja needs some accuracy, but he's on the brink of victory.
Okay, so let's go
He's-
back.
Yeah, and let's go back to Magnus. This one is extremely important for the tournament standings. Of course, Firouzja as well. He's going to be hoping that Aryan wins and he can catch up with Magnus, but that looks unlikely now. Okay, have we seen a move? Not yet from Aryan.
No. And he's going down on time as well, but suddenly he had to realize that something went wrong in the last few moves.
Yes.
Something went very wrong. The
Yeah.
question is, can he save the game? This will be the big question now.
Practical chances in that type of position after knight f4, bishop takes, queen takes. What do you think? Saving the game. Still so many tricks against the white king. Maybe you can somehow try to win one of the white queenside pawns, and then an endgame might not be the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, maybe later on he just
Play
can play
b5.
b5, right? And there's some issues with the white king still.
That would be quite a Karyakin way to save the game. Just
Yeah.
let the queens come off, win a pawn, and then just set up a fortress.
So now we were looking king h1,
King
right?
h1, yes. And actually here we were struggling for black to break the pin.
Maybe after king h1, let's go g6.
Okay. And if I play queen d2,
After queen d2, can't...
okay,
I mean,
you
maybe
can
I
block
can
with the rook
take-
f7, right?
Yeah, maybe I can take on c4.
Yeah, no checks. Yeah, queen takes c4, rook a7 check. Rook f7 would survive. And probably very good chances for a draw. Or who's better, actually?
Well, I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't
so-
think white has any dangers.
Okay, he doesn't
anywhere.
play. He
He
doesn't play
played
knight
rook
f4.
f7.
Rook f7. So that's an admission that this rook f5 idea wasn't quite correct.
Well, he wants to bring his bishop back to f5. Rook e3 played, still over 2 minutes for Magnus. He stabilizes his position. I think black wants probably to go bishop f5.
Yep.
And of course, it's very difficult to... I'm not even sure white is better, actually, because the black bishop is so powerful. But definitely, Magnus is not in real danger right
No,
now anymore.
While the queens remain, Karyakin has attacking chances, some tricks, but if Magnus
Can black go rook a7? No, he went bishop f5.
Okay.
He
I
wants
guess-
to make sure he goes bishop f5 and knight f4.
I guess rook
Queen c3.
a7 would have just been met by rook e1 and control.
Queen d8.
Okay.
I like this queen d8, giving some ideas to give a check and control the black squares. But he
Geometry.
had to admit, look, everything is controlled. All the squares, all
Yeah.
the squares controlled by black. So this was something very important and essential.
Yeah, literally every square in the first, when black's half.
This is the reason why they are really top guys, right? I mean, what kind of nerves you have to realize that you blow it away your very nice position.
Yeah, just to switch mindsets.
And
right?
switch mindset that, okay, I still have a good bishop, I put it on f5, that's where it stands the best. And then first I stabilize the position, and after that I see if there are some tricks around with very low on time with Magnus.
Yep.
Magnus is under 120. Incredibly difficult situation to play, but of course he stabilized, he played rook e1, so he covers the first rank, he covers the problems with queen g5, And also, most importantly, he doesn't allow the black knight to go to f4.
Yeah, sensible move there from Magnus, and he's actually about to reach move 40, so he will gain 10 seconds after every move from the next move onwards.
I think rook d7 might be an unpleasant move, don't you think so?
Yeah, I was thinking this. Does white just want to move his bishop, maybe? Bishop e3, for example?
Or to c1.
Or to c1.
But after rook d3, now the white queen is going to be passive.
Yeah, rook d2 I was trying to play, but
Ooh.
I guess at the very least black can take on c3 and take on c4.
Yeah, I think black is okay here.
Yeah, also there's some
Also
maybe
knight
knight
e5
ideas. Yeah.
Also something like that. So after rook e1, let's see what Karyakin is playing. Is he going to be playing rook d7 or what else? Knight h4. I think knight h4 is not doing too much.
Yeah. If there's no threat, then it might just
Knight on g6
misplaced.
is really extremely stable, covers the important e5 square. So rook d7 makes sense, I think. Queen h4 may make sense in the long run.
Rook d7 feels like the type of move. I mean,
Yeah,
just
rook
improving a piece.
d7 feels like the move, right?
Yeah, the black queen is flexible. You don't necessarily want to commit her yet. And
But maybe
you can
white
create
wants
some
to go
threats.
queen e3 and somehow go out and play
okay.
rook e8.
Also to g5,
Though rook,
maybe.
rook e7 is possible after that.
Okay.
So there might be something. I have a feeling that we
Repetition.
might go into some Armageddon continuation of this match. But let's see what Karyakin is up to. How is he going to handle this? Rook d7, controlling the line, or is he going to be eventually b5 or something like that?
Yeah. There's some merit to b5 as well. Just swapping a pawn or controlling some squares.
At the same time, you don't want to allow activation for the queen, I think, because
The white
after
queen.
b5, let's say white can take and go queen c5. And then on the fifth rank, there can be something. So I wouldn't allow that, really.
Yeah, maybe save it for later. Okay, rook d7.
Rook
on the board.
d7 is the most logical, but he had to make sure that he's not blundering anything. Queen e3, and now
you're
rook e7 is
yeah.
an option to go back and forth.
Yeah, to repeat the position.
And there is a good chance that this will be the idea. Of course, he wants to go queen e8 right now,
Yeah, or queen g5.
or queen g5 as another option as
Yeah,
well.
and rook
What
e7
about rook
cuts out both.
d4?
Okay, he's playing for the win then.
He
Karyakin.
played
Rook
rook
d4.
d4. He doesn't want to give up all his hopes, but really this g6 knight is so essential there, covering the e7 square also.
Yeah, covering squares and also always ready to jump right to f4 now, maybe to h4.
It's a defender for the moment, but any second it can jump to f4, which is actually a awfully
threat.
strong threat right now
Yeah.
to go to h3.
Does white have to try and get these queens off? Is that the most practical?
Well, you mean queen g5, right?
Yeah.
And this is what he played,
he's
so
played
he's
it.
going to be captured on g5. I guess there is no other move.
And
It's going to be takes and capturing on c4 the pawn.
And it feels like black is out of danger. Yes, material down still, but it's going to be extremely hard to break through that
And
black
Magnus
bishop and
has
knight.
1 minute and 10 seconds right now in the game. What about rook c3, attacking the f3 pawn?
Yeah, that would be very
They don't
sensible.
have to ride the move anymore, at least Magnus, because he's under 5 minutes.
Do you foresee any winning chances for either side? And who would you rather take here?
Well,
Would you take the extra rook, or would you play with the pieces and the pawns?
it's a good question. I don't feel huge danger for white, but I don't think black should be losing this at all.
No, especially
I
not
think-
Karyakin, right?
Well, especially Karyakin, yes. So rook c3 makes a lot of sense.
I guess white will defend that pawn. White will bring the king.
Also, maybe what about knight e8, knight f8 and knight e6?
Okay, I
Something
like
I
this.
would consider. He might be playing,
Bishop c2.
no,
But what-
bishop c2, rook c1, that's not
Yeah,
a good
yeah.
move. I would regroup my bishop to d5, but that's not possible for the moment, b5.
b5, yeah. I was about to
B5.
say it's maybe slightly annoying for black that he can't just completely liquidate the queenside pawns or can't initiate any exchanges there, but
Well, I don't know if white is
C5.
playing rook c1, no, he goes king f2.
maybe rook c1, there would have been some tactical issues.
Yeah, maybe
with
some
knight
knight
e5
e5, yes. Yes.
So king f2, just controlling some squares.
After rook c1, I think knight e5, and after takes, b takes c4.
Yeah,
So the knight f3 is a threat, and also
It's
to
a big
push
pawn.
the pawn to c2, yes. So I think this is why he went king f2, just in case.
okay, but maybe rook c1 in the air over the next few moves. Karyakin has a big decision to make whether to allow that rook exchange, because traditionally you don't want to allow a rook trade, right?
Yes.
If you're the exchange down, you want to keep your
And
remaining
you,
rook.
And you have to keep your pawn on c6, right?
Mhm.
So c5.
Okay, so he does try to liquidate.
Yeah, he goes for simplify the position, goes on d5 with his rook possibly.
Mhm.
Actually, there is an exchange of rook possibility for white, I think, with rook c1.
Rook c1, yeah.
Rook c1.
How would you evaluate
Though,
that? If the rooks come off, black defends his b pawn with the bishop. Maybe we
Though
can show
maybe
this.
white is black is still going to go rook e5, you know.
Okay, just to survive with the
But
rooks.
I
Bishop
don't
d3 and
think
rook
there is
c5.
too much chance for white to go bishop d3. Black puts his bishop on c4.
Some kind of fortress. Maybe relocate the black knight to...
I'm not sure there is so much chance for white, but the h5 pawn is.
This would eliminate the risk. This would at least give something for Magnus to hope for.
So
Yeah.
let's see whether he wants to exchange the rooks, or he wants to play rook a2 or something to go to the 7th.
There we go. He does play rook c1, offering the rook trade. This feels like the best position he's had all game, Magnus.
But I'm not sure black is getting away if they simplify the position.
Yeah, with
Because-
opposite color bishops.
Yes, because simply after this, black goes bishop d3, let's say rook d2, and once white gets to d7, the g7 is falling off.
Yeah, I guess black has to put the knight in e6 and try to hold that. Okay, he tries to keep the rooks on,
Rook
meanwhile.
d5.
That's very instructive from Karyakin. When you're playing with the pieces, when you're in exchange down, keep your remaining rook.
Rook d2, now he has to be taking care of whether, is he going to be bishop d3 to enter into the pin? Or
Rook d3.
it must
bishop
be
d-
so frustrating for Karyakin to have to handle this position.
After all that work.
And they get to an end game where practically Magnus will collect lot of moves. He will be just able to make moves, getting 10 seconds,
Yeah.
raise his time, and then think about it. And really, the g7 pawn, if that falls off, then it's completely over.
Yeah, so rook d2. Actually, the more I look at it, the more I think if the rooks do come off.
Well, I
gonna be
think
difficult.
black has to take and then to play knight e5.
Yeah, suddenly things definitely turning in Magnus's favor. I do also remember an endgame between Magnus and Vallejo Pons where it was a scenario of rook and bishop against bishop and knight, but it was opposite color bishops, and he did win that. That was without any pawns, so it is actually very difficult to defend. And
Yeah.
right now, I think black, I mean, that's a dream scenario for black. If the rooks do come off, to get rid of white's remaining pawns. Okay, so rook e5, rook c7, looking deadly. Yeah, but the fortress,
Well, let's say takes, knight e5, rook c7.
yeah. Should black be rushing to e5? Is that the best square for the knight? Maybe e6? I kind of want to put the black bishop on c4, the black knight on e6, the black king on f5.
Well,
maybe.
okay, let's say bishop d3, you go rook c7. How do you defend your g7 pawn?
Knight f8.
Yeah, but
Knight e6.
rook e7, bishop c4,
Bishop c4.
king e3, f4.
Yeah, king g6. Maybe you just play
King-
king e4 and
king e4.
I'm not in time even to. I mean, I'm stuck, paralyzed for black.
Well,
If you get the black bishop to d5, then maybe there's some small chances,
well, you
but
give a
always too
check
slow.
now, and then you go back.
Okay, king f4. Yeah, king e5, knight g5.
f4.
Yeah, you're getting squeezed. Knight f3, king e4, and time to resign. Almost.
Well,
Yeah.
it seems so.
Yeah, the black g pawn dropping. So Magnus, wow. Imagine if he goes on to win this one after all of that suffering, all of that defensive work. Rapport must be watching in his hotel room just thinking, oh, it looked so good.
I think it's
before
better if
today.
he doesn't watch this game.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, everything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong for Rapport.
Well,
the Armageddon
for
and
Sergei mainly.
And Sergei, of course. Yeah. Okay, down to 4 minutes as well. So the players, they are collecting 10 seconds after every move, but the defending side is much more
What a
difficult to play.
turnover by Magnus.
Okay, what is there to think about? You have to take the rook off, no?
Well, I don't know, because what about rook e5?
d5, rook c7.
Rook c7.
There's already threats of bishop f6. It feels like white's going to coordinate and gang up on g7.
And
Going up
bishop
on that pawn.
e6.
Bishop f6. And, okay, I'll take that pawn on g7 with the bishop, most likely.
With the bishop.
Just to make sure the piece is all protected.
Yeah, it's probably he has to take, but I don't know how much. I think he has very slim
Knight
chance
f8
to.
immediately, maybe. But, yeah, slow. Rook c5 already just wins a pawn as well.
He took on d2.
Okay.
Bishop takes d2. Knight e5.
Okay, so Magnus doesn't believe in fortresses. Sergei needs to hope somehow that he can set up his knights and bishop correctly. If you give up the b5 pawn,
Well,
it's
rook
probably just over.
c7 will be the next move. There is no other move.
Yeah. There we go. Rook c7 and g7 is already under heavy fire. How do you even defend now? King g6 and put the knight back on d7 on f7, but the b5 pawn is going to drop at some point. If he could have kept the rooks on as black,
Yeah, that would
that
help
would have
him a
been,
lot.
yeah, there would have been decent chances. Maybe he rushed with b6, with b5, c5.
Well,
Cost a lot
maybe
of
he
time.
will try to somehow play knight d7, rook b7, and play g6. But I doubt that he has. Well, he went b4.
Okay, so small trap here. Bishop takes b4, knight d3 check. That's
But
not very
this
well
is
disguised.
not going to be what Magnus is falling into.
Yeah, not the most difficult trap we've ever seen. Rook b7. Okay, so bishop e6. Rook e7. I guess black wants to play knight c4 or knight d3 check.
And after bishop b4, he wants
bishop.
to take knight f3.
Okay, that's clever. So king takes f3, bishop d5 check. Even that looks
Magnus is
difficult to defend,
18
but-
seconds.
Okay, he does play rook e7, gaining a bit of time on the clock, also creating a serious threat. Black has to play knight c4 or knight d3 check, most likely giving a check.
King e3, bishop c4,
Bishop c4, will you
rook
run it?
e4,
Yeah. Rook e4.
b3.
Ah, there are still traps.
There are only traps.
There are only traps. Yeah, b3 and that b pawn was running, so king d4, much more sensible. Now b3 is not an issue. The
But
black
now
rook can come behind.
piece is going to fall off, right?
Yeah, and okay, meanwhile, we do see a result. Alireza Firouzja does win against Aryan Tari. Now he's really chasing the leading pack. Okay, king d4,
Bishop a6 only move, I think.
bishop a6, rook
But
e7,
I think-
rook a7. Is the piece just dropping? Maybe it is.
Yeah.
Knight b2, there's bishop c1. The two black pieces can't defend each other. Wow, what a game. As soon as Magnus got down to 5 minutes, he just enacted kind of genius mode.
yeah, he found this great.
And
Oh,
there we go. Another resignation, hot off the heels of the other game. Karyakin resigns and Magnus takes
Wow.
the lead in the tournament for the first time.
Well, he had a very difficult day, and he was on
Yeah, he was on the brink.
very crazy game.
Yeah, Magnus there. We see he's not happy. That's probably because of the way he played the opening and the early middle game. But he defended when he needed to.
Yeah, today it was. I mean, Sergei played well. We have
Yes.
to say he played well. So it was quite unfortunate for him that after d4 happened, that he couldn't even hold the game. It was a very sad story for Black, but we had some amazing moves happened right here, right after e4.
Bishop h3.
I don't know objectively what was after rook f2. Definitely, it was very spectacular.
Yeah, so creative, and we'll have to ask some thoughts of the players. Hopefully, we can get them. I think we might get Alireza Firouzja after his win, but either way, it's spectacular games all round, and
yeah, very
one
very
Armageddon.
tense games. And well, Magnus took the lead. But what
Yeah.
happens tomorrow?
4 wins in a row, is that now in classical
Yeah.
chess, Magnus? Ever since his defeat to Karyak in the first half.
I'm not sure that Nepo is so happy to meet him in this shape and in this situation.
I mean, confidence levels between the pair must have changed drastically throughout the last few days.
Well, I mean, obviously, when you win 4 in a row, no matter in how you win it, right? Because he won one against Firouzja, equalish position, but he made some amazing moves. After that, he won. Who did he beat after that? I mean, he won 4 games in a row, right? He won against Tari, I think.
It's Tari again, very
And
equal position.
yeah, that was also something that he just outplayed Tari. Tari made huge mistakes. In this position, it was also like he made some surprising decision, like taking on d6, but eventually he had very difficult position.
Yeah.
After that, it was so difficult to imagine that he gets out of this.
Yeah.
But to win the game, that was
almost
something,
unthinkable.
unthinkable. So we're going to have.
Okay, meanwhile, we'll just take a very short break. We will be joined by one of our winners from today, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. We are joined here in the studio by one of our winners today, Alireza Firouzja, who has beaten Aryan Tari. Alireza, how are you feeling?
Yeah, it feels great to continue the wins. So
3 in a row now, right?
3 in a row, yeah. But yeah, okay. The games are always very sharp and very difficult games. So today was not easy one, I could say.
Maybe you can take us through some of the key moments.
Sure.
What do you think about this knight d5?
I think it was this preparation. I forgot, I think, my preparation. So
Knight e4 is not good,
yeah, 94.
because you spent some
No, I
time
think
here,
probably it's a good move, but I
but you
didn't
prefer
know.
to
Yeah.
go something safer.
What did you think would happen after knight takes e4?
I
Did you
think
see anything concrete? Or?
I don't know. Knight b6, I could take on d5. This is the point, right? So, yeah, I don't know what is going to happen, really. I mean, just knight takes e7. I thought maybe it's also dangerous. Okay.
But
No, I could take this queen. I cannot take this
Okay.
queen. Yeah, king. Yeah, and then I thought he can just go bishop e2, b3. I don't know, something like this.
just compensation
Yes.
for the pawn.
Knight e3. I didn't like this version. No,
d5,
here, yeah.
sir.
So queen c7, knight e3. I don't know, probably it's equal, but okay, I thought maybe. Yeah, this suddenly transposed to the Sveshnikov line earlier. Magnus played against Karyakin.
Yes.
But I think it's worse version for me simply because my bishop, I don't know if this bishop on f5 is good or bad, but if I play bishop c8 instead of bishop f5, this is the same line, but I played h6 here, so a5, let's say a5, knight d7, bishop e2, Carlsen. Okay, they don't play h6 here after Carlsen or something, I don't know. After, yeah, so this is not good.
Okay, so you went bishop f5, a5,
Yeah.
knight d7.
Yeah, here definitely white has advantage, I think. But
Sorry?
here, I mean, definitely white is better, I think, because his knight is very strong. But it's always complicated, and I am trying to push f5, so.
So which was the moment you think it was a turning point?
I think king h1 f4 is too slow. I was thinking to exchange the knights somehow, rook.
Why did you play rook c8 and not play immediately f5 and f4 bishop f6?
Because knight b6 I was afraid instead of f4.
And you
No, instead of f4.
instead of f4.
Yeah. I think in general these positions without knight I can never win almost because I should have a piece
But
to
you're not
attack.
worse at all, no?
Probably not worse, yeah. But I was worried about this defending because f4 will give me a lot of chances. Okay, probably he was also playing for win, but
Okay, so you went rook c8,
yeah,
king
rook c8,
h1.
king h1.
So what did he have to do? b4?
I thought maybe even c3 to close the
Mm-hmm.
rook, but okay, to play knight b6 and knight b6. You will put the bishop on b6 and then push c4
Can't you go
before.
f4 here?
Knight c8.
Knight c8.
yeah. Oh, yeah, it's probably equal even here after knight takes and queen d7. He has queen a4. This endgame, I don't know who is better. Probably white is a bit better. But okay.
But after king h1, you
yeah,
played
here
f5,
I thought I'm
bishop
okay
f6.
completely, I think. Because-
Yeah.
And then he played this knight b6, which I think is just.
Yeah, he
probably
just
losing.
has to take, right?
He should take and hope
Yeah.
for the best, I think. So after knight b6, yeah, then it's finished. Yeah, it's very difficult here to play.
Yeah, there is one piece missing from the
Yeah.
defense, right?
Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah, and then bishop b2.
Yeah, after this you just gained.
Yes, I take
The
the
queen.
queen, and then it's probably winning.
Yeah. So how do you feel in the tournament now after having 3 wins in a row?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think I'm not going to win the tournament, but
Is
Well-
there still a chance if you win tomorrow, if Magnus loses?
yeah, I don't know what is the tiebreak.
Yeah,
But,
then you have the same number of points.
Yes, we have the same, but he beat me in the classical, so
And tomorrow you're white against Richard Rapport.
yes.
What's your approach going to be in that game?
I'm going to play as usual, some fighting chess, and we will see what happens.
Okay, 3 in a row, Alireza, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank
we'll
you.
be watching that
Thank
game
you.
with interest.
Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll be back in a moment. Welcome back, everyone. It's been a dramatic day here, dramatic round 9 in Norway chess, and here we can see the results. Magnus Carlsen taking that dramatic win against Sergei Karyakin. Richard Rapport going down in the Armageddon against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the first game that finished today, and there we saw Alireza Firouzja taking a nice win against Aryan Tari. And if we check out the current standings as well, Magnus Carlsen is now in the lead for the first time in the event with 18 points.
He knows what timing is.
He knows what timing is. Yes.
Well,
Timing his surge to perfection.
one round still to go, so it would be just. He's almost there, right? I mean, he took the lead. He's just enjoying the moment, and tomorrow he'll have the very tense, of course, not only on the board but outside. Also, that specifically they play in the last round to raise the tension for everybody.
The whole world will be watching.
Exactly, here in Stavanger, but also the whole world is watching, and not only because of this tournament, but specifically because they're going to be playing against each other in November in Dubai for the World Championship title. And of course, every move and every choice and every decision, openings, everybody is watching it. Of course, the trainers as well and the team of both players. But of course, how better than in this state Magnus can face Nepomniachtchi, right? We saw Nepomniachtchi was kind of fed up with the tournament. He was not motivated too much, probably after some of his previous round games. But he knows it that he has to play with Magnus tomorrow. He knows it that he has to give in everything tomorrow, because one thing is for sure, he does not want to see Magnus scoring the fifth victory in a row.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi, he's got nothing to lose at this point. As you mentioned, he's a bit tired of the event, and also confidence-wise, he knows that maybe his next classical game is going to be against Magnus in the World Championship in 2 months, and he's going to want to end on a high. He definitely doesn't want to take that blow to his pride, right?
Yeah, but I think it's psychologically, I don't think it's fun thing for Nepo to seeing Magnus scoring one game after another, right? I mean, you see how he really can turn around things. No matter how much hardly you punch Magnus, things go wrong for him. Still, he's just persistent. He comes, he plays, he does his sports, he makes his comments, he goes to TV2 every day to make his commentary. So
he gets positions like today and he still wins.
He's going on and he's hanging on there, right? I mean, today he must have been frustrated when, I don't know, move 30 or 25 or something like that. Practically he had such a bad position, and typically position where it's not that it's messy and then you can find some great moves. No, where you have to sit and wait and find the only moves. How to recover against Sergei, who is such a strong player. He takes initiative, he calculates well, and he went down on time. So.
And talking of the world champion, he will be joining us just in a moment. So we'll be back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are joined here now by our final winner of the day, Magnus Carlsen, after beating Sergei Karyakin in a really kind of topsy-turvy game. Magnus, first thoughts?
Yeah, so all of the last 4 games have been really, really tough. But this was obviously different in the sense it's just completely busted. Positionally speaking, like the other days, it's been tough trying to convert an advantage, but this time was just outplayed, to be honest. And I think it's a testament to his poor form that I won this game. And
do you not feel it's testament as well to your own resilience coming back from such a difficult position? Or mostly attributing it to him?
A little bit, but. Still, it was, I don't know, a good result. That's what I'll say.
So just a few questions regarding the game. What about this knight d6? You were feeling good about it? We were surprised.
No, I was feeling pretty bad about it, but I was feeling even worse about the alternative.
Okay.
What would the alternative have been?
I don't know, because I thought he was going to go bishop f8 next and just keep his bishop, and I didn't see what my pieces were doing at all. Like, I don't know why I decided to play this line at all, because usually I'm looking at the black side and I'm thinking I have the bishop pair. If they take on d6, you have nothing. Like, why even play this line? So that was part of my my thinking here, and I had some vague hopes that I can put a4, a5. I can just reply to d5 with f3, and then claim that my bishop is a little bit better, and that a little bit analogous. What's the
Analogous.
analogous? Sorry, I can't even speak anymore. To the Italian lines where you allow d5, but you gain some space on the queen side. But yeah, it wasn't close. b6 was a very nice move, positionally speaking. I was hoping he wouldn't play it, to be honest. And now,
What do you think about rook e7 was good, right?
yeah,
Rook b1, we were not sure
yeah,
about
no,
this.
but I thought my only active plan was to go rook b1, rook b1, c4, and then ab6, c5. Because otherwise, I thought my pieces have no squares, and if I start going f3, first of all, it weakens my king, and yeah, secondly, I didn't see what the follow-up is. He goes rook e7, rook d7. So I think the truth is I'm probably already a little bit worse. Like I was trying to sort of play in this way to keep the chances alive, but probably I keep more chances for him, to be honest. And yeah, this was just misjudgment, because I was thinking he's gonna go d4, f5, but I thought I can open the queen side at any moment. I should be fine, but I realized after a while, like, this is probably just nonsense. c5, b5 generally just desperately weakens my light squares, and I mean, you guys know this from the Rue Lopez, that then you can never take on f5 because the bishop or knight just lands on d5 and you just toast. And also my knight is way too far away from e4 here.
So what do you think if he doesn't play rook f7, but let's say he goes f4?
Yeah, I thought,
does this have
I
any-
thought if f4, I'm going to go probably bishop e1, prevent some activity. I'm going to grovel. That's what I'm going to do. And hope that he will overpress and that I can
Yeah.
get some activity.
Okay.
Because I think with this one open file, I shouldn't be doing too badly. So I think rook f7, this was good.
And here you made the decision to
Yeah,
capture.
but this was a miscalculation, actually. So ef5 takes bishop e1. Like, I mean, in a bad position, it's normal to miscalculate. So it's not like I had any great alternatives here. But my idea here was very concretely after queen g5 to go bishop g3. And I'm really relying on tactics here, queen f2.
Queen f2.
But I immediately after I made my move bishop e1, I realized that rook d8 is very strong here. And I was...
Because after bishop d3, knight d4?
Yeah, bishop d3, knight d4. For instance, queen f2, rook f2, rook c8, knight c2, probably bishop c4, knight e3. I'm sort of holding on. I mean, I'm a pawn down, but I should be able to make a draw. But
rook d8 here.
yeah, rook d8, and then I spent a lot of time looking for something here, and which was kind of nonsensical, because my intuition told me that there probably was nothing after I saw rook d8, and also I mean I needed the time later on.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, here rook d1. I was a little bit surprised that he didn't just go rook a7 or rook a8. I probably would have had to go bishop d2 and rook a1 But
Anyway.
yeah, but it's really, really sad. Here also I didn't really understand why he wanted the queen on h4.
This video also didn't work.
But maybe he was worried about queen f6, f4. Or queen f6, rook e1 probably. And if rook a8, then f4. That was my main explanation for that. Because even after queen h4, rook a1, rook e1, rook a8.
Didn't he have to take here? Or rook a7? We were thinking rook a7.
Yeah, I thought he was going to do this, so
Yeah.
I was surprised there as well. And then I was going to capture knight c1.
Yeah. So how did you feel? Because it was very brave to play rook a6, no?
Well, I had a bad position, so there's not so much to be brave about. Like,
so you wanted to get fast in
No, but I
things.
really wanted him to play a4. That was the thing.
Okay.
I really, really wanted him to play a4. I didn't even know if I had any threats on the queen side, but I really wanted to provoke e4. And maybe he has some concrete ways to win with bishop h3 or something.
You saw bishop h3?
No, I mean instead of e4.
Ah, sorry.
We were looking at this
We were
a bit
looking
as well.
bishop h3, but somehow...
But my intuition told me it probably doesn't work. Rook a1 probably just back.
I think bishop e1 we were looking or something.
Yeah, but I don't want bishop e1 really, because I don't want to give him
Queen g5.
queen
again.
g5. But maybe even that, yeah, queen d2, bishop g3, yeah, maybe even that holds. But I thought those were just...
And do you think after knight d4 what is the assessment? What did you feel?
How far had you calculated ahead when provoking e4?
Well, I'd seen that rook f2 doesn't lose.
Okay.
But still, I mean, I needed to spend some more time to verify it, because it's still shit scary, but
Yeah.
that was... yeah, that was my main assessment, that this does not...
You're surviving. Yeah.
This does not lose, probably.
Okay.
And here, I think he sort of made a mistake by playing his next two moves very quickly, because I was so happy to get this d4, rook a3 in, because then I'm kind of consolidated. So maybe he had to try something else, something more incisive.
Did you see anything else for him, or nothing
No,
concrete?
but I had no interest in finding finding
Just
too
reacting.
much.
Yeah.
I was just I was looking at concrete lines like 95 and all of that. It doesn't seem to.
What plans did you have on knight
I
e5?
thought d4,
Bishop f5?
bishop f5,
And just
queen
go away.
c3,
Knight d3.
knight d3, rook g2.
Yeah.
Didn't see it, to be honest. 'Cause it seems like I'm protecting
Yeah.
everything, and this knight is just poorly placed on d3. Anyway,
this was
rook
a
f-
nice
this,
defensive.
again, I don't know if it's the best move, and I don't really care, because I just wanted, I just
Stabilize.
knew after this
That you're okay.
that I'm okay. I'm
Yeah.
absolutely fine. I was also, of course, I was hoping for some f4 tricks.
Yes.
But I think he did the right thing by going rook f7, rook e3, bishop f5, queen c3, queen d8. This is all pretty normal. And so I went queen e3 very, very quickly.
Rook
Um,
d3 should have been the move, no?
What would you have done after rook
he went rook
e7?
d-
Rook e7, I was
know,
going to
rook
repeat
e7.
once, and then who knows.
Okay.
Um,
Instinct-wise, were you
Yeah.
tempted to play on anyway, or would you have
Well,
gone for repetition?
so the thing is, I had a minute, and I thought my position was probably a little better, but not much better.
Sure.
And I had 1 minute against 14 or something. So it screams that I should take the repetition. But I needed the win.
I'm not
the
even sure
tournament.
that you're better really because of your queen gets passive, no?
Yeah,
But I understand that you were not.
I agree, but I feel like there should be some way to preserve some sort of. But it would be typical if, like Stockfish on high death just goes flat zero.
Zero,
Yeah.
yes.
In such a position. It usually
We don't need to
usually
know
does,
that.
to be honest. But yeah, I had no idea, and after rook d4, of course, I couldn't get the queens off the board any quicker. but it has to be said that Sergei was probably pretty dejected at this point.
Were you surprised then in that case he didn't just go rookie 7 at least to ask the question? Or
I don't think he saw it.
Okay.
I mean, that's my main explanation there. I don't think it was on his radar.
Okay.
Because otherwise, I don't see how you don't make that move.
You just repeat once and then you look around, right?
Yeah. I think. I mean, there's no objective reason for him to play for a win, especially considering the move that he makes.
That you exchange the queens
I
immediately.
exchange the queens and I can never ever lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here he also kind of resisted poorly. First of all, I thought he should have gone knight f4.
Okay. Already instead of b5 here?
Instead of b5, yeah. Or on the next move, but mainly here. I would take, because I don't think I have any choice but to take, because there are too many forks. King f2. And the thing is here, maybe h4. I think he needs to prevent king g3 followed by h4, which would cage in his king. But generally speaking, a protected bishop, as Botvinnik said, is as strong as a rook. And this means that he should, generally speaking, hold this.
Yeah. Well, if he would regroup his bishop to d5, then it's clear, no?
Yeah, but the bishop is also okay on f5. If you can go g6, king h6.
If you cannot exchange the rooks.
If I cannot exchange rooks, yeah. So I think this was a massive conceptual mistake not to trade bishop for a knight while he...
Well, he collapsed completely, I guess.
Well, he could, which means that probably also I played inaccurately allowing this, but I mean, I didn't really... I didn't really have time to think about that. And after rook d2 exchanging rooks, I mean, there's the
It's
old...
winning, no? Rook c7, bishop c3.
Yeah, I mean, there's the... You could go for like knight f8, knight d7, giving up b5.
But it's just prolonging the suffering.
I think so. I mean, there was this Kasparov-Karpov game from the 90 World Championship match where Gary won like in 100 moves in a similar position. I feel like these fortresses, they always kind of break down. I mean, with the knight on e6 as well, you can bring the king all the way around to d6. Sometimes you can give up the rook for the bishops. I think it never holds. Obviously, he should have tried it, but I don't think he was in the mood.
But then to sit there for 70 moves and then you to resign, it's not much fun.
No, it isn't.
Either. Okay, well, it was a fantastic turnaround in this game. What do you expect from tomorrow? Or you don't want to think about it?
I don't know yet. I have no idea whether he's in the mood to play or to make a draw, go home, and so on. But I think preparation-wise, I have to assume that he wants to play, and then we'll see. So that's my main state of mind right now. Yeah, I'm really happy to win. The games are just getting more and more difficult each day. But you know, as long as I'm winning, it's good.
Well, congratulations for today and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations. So there we have it, the end of a very dramatic round 9 here at Norway HS. We heard from Magnus Carlsen and the new leader as well. And if we take a look at the standings, we can see that Magnus is now at the top of that leaderboard. In relieved state of mind, Judith, ahead of tomorrow. A big game for him. He's still being chased by Rapport and Firouzja. What do you think Is he going to make it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, in the last round, what will be happening, really? I think everybody is very tense who is there in the top. For Rapport, of course, it's extremely difficult because he kind of miscalculated his preparation for today, I think.
Yeah.
He seemed like he was not in the fighting spirit, fighting mood, and it didn't work out for him in the Armageddon. And of course, it's for him, it must be sad to see the cross table right now, the standings. It's not something nice. But I have to tell you, I'm pretty sure that you will agree with me that there's such a few tournaments where you see someone starts to lead in a tournament and he can finish it until the very end.
Yeah.
And it even does not happen with Magnus, I think, so often. But it happens, and we are witnessing right now also that Rapport was playing so well with a lot of energy, and he did not really have luck even in the tournament. But it was a turning point when Magnus won against him.
Yeah, who would have thought it? Magnus, I mean, 4 days ago, it looked like he was out of it after losing to Karyakin. 4 days later, he's beating Karyakin. He's won 4 games in a row. He's at the top. And not just that, but also Firouzja on a 3-game winning streak and still has small chances to win. So let's take a look at the pairings for tomorrow. And we do know that Magnus, he's facing Nepomniachtchi, his big rival for the World Championship, with black. That's going to have historic value. It's going to tell us a lot about the players' mindsets heading into the World Championship in November. So Magnus there with the black pieces. Also Alireza Firouzja against Richard Rapport. Firouzja, one of the informed players right now, and Rapport needing to win with black if he wants any chance of triumphing here in Norway. And the remaining game, Sergei Karyakin and Aryan Tari. It's been a difficult day for both of those two, but they'll look to end on a high. So Judith, final thoughts of the day?
Well, it was very interesting, very exciting, and I must say that at this level, you don't see 2 players are having a streak, right?
Yeah.
3 in a row, Magnus 4 in a row, and what a game. I'm a little bit sad for Sergei because he played such a nice game, and it must be
some
so
cool moves.
Frustrating for him to lose this game, because even if you just ruin it to a draw, it's quite okay, but to lose it, I mean, I understand that Magnus, of course, made some incredible defensive moves, and he was so calm, and he saw bishop h3, rook f2, d4, rook a3, when he had around a minute left. And in this situation, the standing, when he's fighting for first place, right, and he was suffering in the whole game, but still he was capable of doing that. So, well, this is why he's the world champion, but we are going to be looking forward for tomorrow's actions.
Yes, for sure there's going to be more blood on the board. This format ensures it, and don't miss out. Be with us tomorrow at 4:45 CET for the last round of Norway Chess to find the winner.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.